uh, everything we did we completed team 1 yesterday. Everything went pretty well, so we were happy about that. As we go forward today, just to talk about the steps that are included in the deliberation process. Basically, the first thing we'll do, I'm going to ask you to do is make sure that you've completed your assessment guides for each of the agencies and programs on this team. The second step we do is to look at the creating comments and analysis of every agency and program on your team. Basically creating that award letter that you have utilized throughout the years. The third step is that we will rank order the programs. You know how we rank order by priorities. I think there are 11 programs on this team. We rank not the agency, but the program. And so you have with 1 being the highest priority and 11 would be the lowest priority program. And then the last step is to actually make recommendations for funding for each of those programs, okay? So with that, has everyone had a chance to finish their assessment guides, or do you need a little additional time?
I'm going to be honest, I haven't been able to finish mine. I'm sorry, with everything going on. We need to take additional time right now to do it. I don't want to hold the group up.
Mm-hmm. How about other members on the group?
Just me.
I have mine
Leanne?
almost all the way finished. I usually, as we're talking and I get any of my further questions, I fill out the rest of it, but they're almost all the way done.
Yeah. A lot of folks don't. Yeah, they'll finish them as they go, so that's fine.
Yeah, so I have all
just want to see what stage.
Everything.
How about yourself, Allison? Yeah. You're pretty ready, and Gwen, I'm sure you are, knowing you. How do you want to handle?
I've done the same thing. I have a few questions that I need to
as we do analysis. Do you are you comfortable completing those while we're processing while we're doing the narrative? Because that's going to take a while. You can actually complete them as we go.
Okay.
Starting with the first agency that we actually do our comments on. Okay.
Legal services.
Okay. And so we can do it from that strategy. If you feel like that's not working for you, let me know and we'll take a pause. Okay. With that, let us get started. I'm going to share the form with you. So Virginia will talk to you about how to see it better if you have any impairment. So I'm going to pull up the comment form the same way I would do if we were doing this live. And so let me do that first. Google Chrome. Yeah, for some reason I have to almost close everything there. There we go. There we are. Okay. Can you see the document? This is team 2 and all of the programs on team 2. So I've broken it down into basically 4 categories for comments. The first one being the agency's overall capacity to implement the program effectively. We're evaluating that. The second one is looking at the overall program design. Those are questions that's the program specific section of the application. It looks at, did the agency clearly document the need for the program? Did they clearly define the program's target population? Does the program design itself adequately address the identified needs of the target population? And does the program derive at meaningful participant outcomes? Basically, can the program demonstrate that it has direct meaningful benefits to its participants? The third category is looking at the impact of the COVID-19 regarding the agency's ability to effectively implement the program. And then the last one, did the agency clearly demonstrate and explain the need for CHSP funding? And that's the section of the application again, that is the program specific section. It deals with the program's budget, but it also has several other questions as well pertaining to budget questions. And with that, I'm going to set this up and we can get started. So give me a second here. As always, to save time, I'm going to write this in an abbreviated manner. I'll summarize it at the end to make sure that I've got your intent. And then later on, that's when I will refine the comments. So we will really write this in an abbreviated manner just to expedite the time. And it takes a lot of time to really refine these comments, I can tell you. All right.
Pat, would it help at all if we use the chat function to just type out our own thought and send it to the group, or for you to add?
No, I don't. That would be really.
I know we would all still review it and agree on it, but just to save some time for you having to like dictate what we're talking about.
It's been working well the way we've been doing it. I don't know if that's added with all of these we've been doing fine the way we've been doing it. I would like for everybody to see it at the same time. I hear you, but that's a lot of, I'm not sure about how that would work, Allison. I don't know if anybody else have any comments about it. But right now, everyone can see exactly what we're saying and then decide what they want to keep on the, because as always, we can't keep a comment on the, we can't put a comment in the agency's award letter unless everyone agrees to it. I'm okay with this style here. If we see this being cumbersome, maybe we can try that other style. I just don't have, like when I'm here, I can't go back and forth into the chat area. I don't have that kind of flexibility to do that.
Flexibility.
Yeah, and it would be distracting, I can tell you the truth. If I was trying to manage this and then try to manage the chat, I still got to write it on here because I can't copy it and put it on here. So therefore, I can't ever show it to everyone. But we'll check to see if we can. We'll like we are open to exploring. Probably not today because we want to get this done, but we can explore with the staff afterwards whether or not there's another way we can do this that makes it more expedient. I don't know if Virginia has any comments about it. Let's start out with the overall agency. The first program is Legal Services of North Florida. And let's talk about closing gaps in legal aid. The first one is dealing with the agency's overall capacity to implement the program. And again, this is really directly synchronized pretty much with the assessment guide that you completed on each agency. So you can kind of take it from look at your assessment guides as tools for comments.
Okay. Well, it looked to me like they had actually gained some volunteers. Is that what you guys gleaned from that conversation? That because of the remote access, they were able to actually add some attorneys who otherwise would not have been able to assist them. So it sounded like that was beneficial as far as their capacity to continue to provide services.
I agree. I think their adaptability, creativity, and all certainly made it possible to continue offering services at the same level, but also more because they're
Right.
a bigger reach and technology. Sounds like they have the capacity to take this on, and it will act as the long run.
Okay. So that's something that you want to commend them on. I also think that a lot of feedback.
What was that? Gwen?
No, I was impressed about how they said due to COVID-19 they were able to meet their clients in the parking lot. How they, if they needed to provide a document, they would give them a phone call. How they actually set up a process to still accommodate the clients as needed.
I'm getting a ton of feedback. I can't hear clearly what anyone.
Yeah, it's a lot of
We
it.
may have to hit the mute when she's talking. Okay. You can talk.
I had another comment about their adaptation to COVID-19. She had mentioned, that they had developed issue brochures that they could deliver and that they were hosting Facebook Live events. So I really commend them on their creativity to try to continue to do their outreach in addition to their services so that they could get to those clients that they were not able to bring into the courthouse at that point. So I think they did a really good job with that, with the online notarization and that type of thing. So
Okay.
I guess my point being that they continue to do outreach and not just service the clients that they have right now, that they were
Yeah.
still trying to actively.
Okay. Okay. I got you. Okay. And you don't have to wait till I finish typing. You can just freely talk as a group. Because I can listen to you and just start writing. So you guys can. I guess it's a little bit like Allison said, a little bit challenging when you're. But we were able actually, and I guess yesterday we had really good sound. We didn't have sound problems, so we were able to. Everybody was able to interact almost like as if we were together yesterday. So I don't know what the internet is going to give us today, but we had no problems yesterday.
I had an additional thought on not specifically, well, it does apply to COVID, but also just how well they've leveraged not only past experience, but current partnerships, and then working closely with legal aid on some of the aspects of this program, like the kiosk that will be available in public. So I think they've done a good job of, building on things they've learned from Hurricane Michael and past experiences, but also leveraging the partnerships that they have with Carney Center, just other places where their services, in terms of outreach, to make sure people knew what they were doing in the midst of all this, but additionally, you know, how to move forward, making sure people know how to access their service.
Okay. Okay, just a collaboration part of it. Okay. All right. Let's see. That's not partnerships. Okay. All right.
And I have one more, and I don't know if it falls under justification or where. When I had asked about how this would impact the size of the population they could serve longer term, I think it's encouraging that they have looked at this as an opportunity to learn and how to, you know, and then think through how to get clients comfortable, some of the new technology and new ways they can serve so that they can grow the number of people they're able to serve with the same number of people, but they've got additional resources because of all this that they're hoping they can get people comfortable with. So I think it goes back to the creativity and just leveraging all of these things that they've learned through this process. But I like the idea that, you know, with what they've asked for this program, they'll be able to serve not only the population they had before, but likely a much larger population because of the ease and the cost, you know, the lower cost of these technologies.
Pat, I think you're speaking and you're on mute.
Sorry, I always forget to unmute myself. So let's talk about the program itself. So did they clearly document the need for the program? Did they clearly define the target population? Does the program provide meaningful services? And you would have to actually open up the application as far as looking at what outcomes are those meaningful, measurable outcomes reported in the application. So any comments about the program itself? The program itself.
I think the program was, the need for it was very clearly documented. I mean, they listed very in a lot of detail who their target population is, what the, you know, what they expect. I think the outcomes were clearly defined. They had reasonable and attainable goals, I think. I don't think I think they know their limitations, and I think they've tried to bring in more volunteers to accommodate that. So I think they did a good job of, they know who they are and they know what they do and they know who their clients are. I think I think they've been very clear about all of that.
Okay. Anything else in reference to a program? So that was pretty a good summary. So if did any member of the group wanted to add anything to what Leanne just summarized? If not, we can also look at did they clearly explain and justify the need for CHSP funding? So if you could look in the funding chart itself, and someone kind of summarize for the group what they are asking for funding for. Refresher from last week.
Let's see.
I need to get my Kindle.
The compensation was part of it. I saw that 42,608 was for compensation. I need to find out where they get together.
Mm-hmm.
And they demonstrated they needed additional staff, and since all of the COVID is going on, they probably need more people to help. I don't know how to word that, but they did demonstrate the need for the funding. I'm trying to get to that. How do you open up somewhere?
I think if I was reading it correctly, I agree. They definitely demonstrated the need. It covered a representative staff person and a paralegal, and a staff attorney and a paralegal, and the cost of the equipment for these 2 new kiosks that would be placed in public areas. And so I think those 2 individuals would be covering the additional takes and new cases that came before them because of the accessibility of their services. So I agree they did a really nice job of justifying the need.
They noted that their most essential funding needs were the Kearney Center for that partnership for reentry services, and yeah, they noted. I mean, some of it was, of course, the compensation for attorney and the paralegal, but also some of the fees and overhead that they had. But it was very clearly documented what they needed it for.
Okay. Okay.
And none of it seemed out of line. They said that they were trying to close gaps with some of their other funds.
Okay.
And they did have a considerable amount of fundraising and grant writing. So they're not entirely dependent on CHSP, which I think is a good thing. They've made a lot of effort in their fundraising and grant writing efforts.
Okay. All right. Are you got anything else, or you want me to you ready for me to summarize this one and move to the next one? Okay. I'm just saving it right now. For some reason, it's taking a little slower to save today. It's commendable that the agency has gained additional volunteers to assist in delivering services. Some of these are going to kind of overlap. So when I clean it up, the agency demonstrates the capacity to continue providing needed services, including utilizing technology and other outreach methods for service delivery. They also demonstrate excellent ability, again, a lot of overlapping, excellent ability to leverage services by collaborating with other partnerships, such as the Kearney Center and the Legal Aid Foundation. They seem to be using very creative, innovative ideas to address the current needs in our community. And it appears that they have the potential to even serve a larger population. And it's commendable that they have demonstrated considerable grant writing and fundraising efforts. In regards to the program, the agency clearly documented the need for the program and clearly defined the target population. The goals are reasonable and obtainable. They're utilizing more volunteers to assist them in reaching those program goals, and so that they can more effectively address the needs of the target population. You feel like their outcomes are realistic and meaningful. As far as the impact of COVID-19, you feel like they've used the opportunity to enhance their service delivery systems. They've adapted their service to the current crisis, and are incorporating several strategies to accommodate client needs and safety concerns. They've also developed, they continue to provide extensive outreach methods to reach clients to address, really, again, that's kind of a repetition, but we talked to, you guys spoke about, for example, working with evictions and other kind of imminent emergencies that families are facing as a result of the COVID-19 virus. And that you also said that they clearly documented the need for CHSP phone, and they clearly explained it, and they also spoke about what is their most essential needs, and that's in the application, again, about being able to make sure that they continue to be able to provide services to clients of the Kearney Center. Anything else? Anything I missed that you said that you feel like you want to have on this, that you want to include? Okay. We'll go to the Life Recovery Center next.
This falls under capacity or what, but I know they said they were in the process of hiring a new executive director since one they had installed left fairly early on. But I mean, I feel like they don't adequately have the staff or board or volunteer base. And it seems like it would be needed to, people I think are running the program, and I don't know how effective it can be on the staff. But, I mean, that's just a concern. They don't have day-to-day leadership, and they're relying on a few staff members.
Does that capture what you were saying, Allison?
I think overall, I mean, I don't know how much the executive director is involved in the living. It seems like they're understaffed, period.
Okay.
I had some concerns about the fact that their board of directors never met a quorum. They noted in their application that they met 6 times and a quorum was never met.
Okay.
And this is maybe a question about the CHSP, but given that the finding about board quorum or just adequate size of the board or diversity on the board for some of the items.
Say that again, Allison. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. So I'm trying to understand, like, what the expectation is in terms of if they had a finding 2 years ago when they were awarded funds about board diversification, and the answer we're still hearing now is we're working on that. Like, what is the expectation in terms of timeline to start making progress on these things? This is the 3rd time I've personally been involved in reviewing this system every time. So I just don't know, and maybe that goes back to staffing capacity and just having enough people in place to do all that is required to run this organization. I guess I'm asking Pat, like, what is the expectation in terms of timeline on making progress? Something that was noted most recently, again, 2 years ago.
I think in reality, if you look at expectations, I would say the CRT expects that issue to be addressed. And this is one of the reasons, one of the goals of the 2-year funding, so that it gives an organization adequate opportunity to address whatever problems that might be cited by CRT. Or so that would be the norm for any program or any organization, and it's up to this body to determine how do you handle that, because this will be an ongoing issue. So what we'll do, just like when we say your letter, does the award letter say second year, or does it say, what does it say? It has an initial.
Pull it up. I just remember personally from being in on conversations in the past.
Okay. And what I'd like to do,
Second year. Yes.
So Allison, if it's not a problem for you, can you be responsible for looking at the award letter for each agency, kind of managing that? And then if I could get, I'm thinking Leanne, particularly Leanne, if I could get you to be astute to the CHSP funding request. So because you seem to be already on that, so you pay attention to any agency's funding requests. Summer, I want you to pay attention to all of the programs outcome in the outcome data collection table of their application, so that we can look at their outcomes, okay? And that way we kind of have a little team working. So I'm just going to cite that this problem continues. There's no evidence.
They had quite a few second year concerns in their award letter, as I'm looking at it right now, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different second year concerns that were listed in the last letter they got. They addressed one of them, which was not having a staff member with a license in substance abuse. But as far as budget specific questions, it said the agency appeared to have a difficult time responding to budget specific questions. I found that to be the case again this year.
Okay.
Because when I asked him about the funding from Bethel AME Church, he just replied they provide some funding, but he didn't specify how much, what it was for. And it wasn't listed in their application. That, I mean, if maybe I missed it when I need to go back through it, but there was another concern about diversifying staff in alignment with client composition.
What is the staffing now? And as it relates to the client composition? Because we'd have to know that in order to determine if that's something that we would put on the letter for the second year.
Pulling that up right now.
When I go out, once I actually do the formal letter, I will be comparing this to last year's, the last fiscal cycle's letter. And so if it's a second year or third year, I'll add that to each of those comments that are specific to that.
Well, they didn't put any numbers in the staff category.
There's nothing.
They're all zeros from what I'm looking at. On page 10, under section 5, organization representation, they have numbers for client composition, and they have numbers for the board of directors, but they don't have any numbers under staff.
Nothing at all?
They're all zeros.
Okay.
Because it has client composition, 26 white, 22 African American, current staff numbers 0 and 0, current board of directors 1 white, 10 African American. So there was a board diversity issue that was noted previously and a staff diversity issue, but they haven't listed any staff.
If you looked at the program section, how many FTEs are listed in the program section? because that's another point too. If they have a, so that would, because I think in the program section, they probably do have staff listed in that section.
Well, under program budget, there's, it says, are we talking about the one in section 1.2 overall program budget?
No, I'm speaking of the programs where it has the programs budget. So you'd have to actually go right into the program, and where it has the programs budget, where it lists volunteers, in-kind services.
Yeah, that's what she's talking about, Pat.
Yeah.
She's looking at the right
Oh,
one.
it's the same. Okay.
It says last completed fiscal year, 0 FTEs, 0 program budget, 0 in-kind contributions, 0 volunteer hours. Current fiscal year are all zeros, and then proposed fiscal year budget is where there's numbers.
So Anita, you looking at, okay. So
Page
Yeah, they
16.
did not complete any, they did not complete anything for completed year or current. The only thing they completed was for
Okay.
proposed.
That's a finding. That's a finding.
That's where I was saying, like, when I asked him budget questions, I didn't really get any answers. There's not any in here.
Because I'm sure in the budget worksheets were completed. They didn't have zeros in them, right? But it lasts, because it's coming right from the budget worksheet itself. So on the budget worksheet, Anita, if you could look at the budget worksheets and see if what do they have on them? Do they have a budget for last year and the current year as well as proposed year? Can you look at that, Anita?
They do.
So they do for that. Okay. All right. Which is the same. Okay. All right. Anything else for general organization? We've got quite a few of capacity issues. Anything else? We'll go to, and we can go back and forth, so we don't have to stay in just one section. Anything else, Leanne, you want to bring our attention to that we did not include here?
Now, I got a little bit hung up on the no quorum thing, and then I started digging in some of that, and that's where I got stuck.
Okay. How about we talk about the program, the design now? Again, remember, we're dealing with documentation of need, target population well-defined. Does the program provide the services to adequately address those needs? And did they report meaningful, measurable outcomes that demonstrate that the program directly benefits its participants? Comments about that? And again, you can take that right out of your assessment guide as well. Some of the comments that you wrote in that section would be applicable to this section, of course.
I think I have a question, I guess, because
Okay.
something he said to an answer to a question confused me, because I thought this was an existing program.
Katie.
I wrote down specifically that he wrote a new program, and I don't know if he means it's restarting after all the COVID stuff because they couldn't have, you know, inpatient, for lack of a better term, or on-site residents during that. But then he was talking about the percentage that have jobs to help pay the fees, you know, for their participation. So I didn't think this was new. So that just threw me a little, and I don't know if that was in reference to something else.
Yeah, this program has been around for probably a couple of decades.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Right.
So that, it just confused me if I was like, maybe I was thinking about the wrong thing here. But
It was because the statement is that that no services were suspended. Is what was stated during that presentation.
That's my concern about this, is because it's been around so long that they're not as organized as they should be. And far as identifying and keeping up with the clients that they're trying to serve. I wish they could be more viable in the community, and I don't know how to say this, but I mean, there is a need for the program, but it seems to me as long as they've been around, they would have a better mechanism for serving the clients and letting people know that they are in their community to assist them in staying sober. I mean, they need to find a way to document and track their clients. I think that was the most disappointing part that I had, is that you have a passion for what you need to do, but the implementation of the program is kind of vague. Let's see. Good, thank you.
maybe add to that is just funding capacity, you know, like support of multiple sources of funding. I think they rely a little too much on one or two. And so that has limited them in general, but I don't know that there's a strong desire to kind of find additional funding to grow the program or make it more organized. I don't know how you want to add that, but I think the funding, there's a lack of desire to kind of seek.
That was one of my concerns as well, because there was no grant writing and no fundraising listed in the chart, and they only have one partner listed, and that's Bethel AME.
I don't know if this falls here, but I would commend them on, you know, the graduates of the program who have become involved, serving on the board or as volunteers. I mean, I think one of them is currently serving on their board, and I think they try to keep them engaged, but I don't know how well they are able to do that in the long term, but I do believe they try to keep people engaged and leverage like their experience to try to raise funds or try to increase outreach for the program. At least to some degree.
Let me make sure, Allison, that I capture all your thoughts. I put here about strongly encourage the agency to diversify its funding and resources, and of to assist in strengthening the agency and its ability to provide effective programming. You did say it was commendable that one graduate of the program sits on the board of directors, right?
Yes, and I believe some, even if they don't serve in that capacity, have volunteered in other capacities. So I think they could do more of that in terms of involving their graduates in the life of the program. But I think it's minimal. They're trying to do that, at least to some degree.
So you wanted to put a comment about encouraging them to utilize other graduates into the service delivery of the program?
I was thinking more in terms of outreach for fundraising and just general awareness of the program, telling their story and getting out and telling, the community how this program has benefited them, and just leveraging those relationships of people who have been successful in that program.
Okay. Pat, I have one question. Can we tell them, because they're trying to do the Big Bend area, maybe their outreach is a little too not aggressive, but maybe they're trying to reach too far with the limited resources that they have. I don't know if they can narrow their population to, say, Leon County in this area first to strengthen the program. Just a question to see if that's something we can recommend. I don't want to discourage them from trying to reach in the Big Bend area, but maybe based on the board participation and the volunteers that they have, maybe that'll be something, maybe get a better foothold since they've been around for a long time. Maybe that if they can concentrate in maybe 2 counties, I don't know, Leon County and Gaston County, or I don't know how to say that.
Yeah, I think the beds, as far as their residential, there's only so many beds. So
Right.
at a given time, they can only serve so many, regardless of where they get those clients from.
Right.
So,
Because I said they had like 18 beds or something like that.
yeah, I think you kind of dealt with this directly with a lot of your comments, because almost all of your comments are speaking to capacity.
Yes.
So,
Well, and Gwen, one thing I noticed when I looked at the program is the zip codes of those they served most recently, other than a few that they listed as unknown,
Yes.
all in Leon County. And so it may be that they say their service area is Big Bend, but in actuality,
It's Leon County. Yeah. And they probably should
But I agree
state that.
with you, narrowing your
Yeah, they
focus.
should state that in their program. Yeah, that they are serving people in Leon County instead of the Big Bend area.
yeah, I'm just figuring out how to say that. And it's if and then is it?
I mean, I'm just, Pat, it was just
I was gonna say maybe it's more of a messaging thing in terms of them telling their story and explaining to potential vendors what they do and who they serve. Maybe if they
right.
focus in on the actual population they're able to serve currently, with the hope of growing to a broader geographic area.
Well, the geographic area, you just said all the clients are coming from Leon County. So,
Yeah.
and so
Yes, but they
so it's
state
happening. Yeah. And you've said, as far as, you talked about outreach. Okay.
I think that we got it. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else about the program itself? That's going into the program design. Did they give you any meaningful needs assessment data that documents the local need for the program? So always remember, documentation is about documenting the local needs of each program.
Let's see here. Go back here.
It looks like I'm looking at page 22 and 23, I guess, or 21, 22 of the application. And they do have some good statistics that explain the need and narrow it to Leon County. Now they don't provide it for all of the other counties that they listed under number 4 in section 1.4, which might be what Gwen was talking about. They have multiple counties and census tracts there, but their statement of need documents almost exclusively Leon County and the name.
Okay. And that's all we care about, to be honest with you.
Yes.
That's what we're here from Marion County. Okay.
So did a good job there.
How about outcomes? Could someone go to look at the outcome data collection table and see what the program outcomes look like? I'm gonna get my Kindle real quick. I'll be right back within a moment. Oh, I forgot to open up my windows today. Okay, I'm ready when you're ready. Open up my Kindle and look at the application on my Kindle.
I think the outcomes are supposed to be me. Okay, so I've been looking at the outcomes. Those back up here. So I thought that they did a good job providing specific measurable outcome findings. The program seems well structured.
Okay. 2. Okay, I'll look at them myself in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness, over.
And then I thought the program
Wait a
measurement
minute,
was thorough.
hold on a second, because I'm looking at outcome data collection table. You're probably looking at the measurement framework. We can do that.
Yeah, that's where I'm looking at too.
Okay, so because there's nothing reported in it. There's nothing. The outcome data collection table is blank.
Well, I'm sorry, where is that? Because I'm looking at section 1.6 and 1.7. So where are you looking?
I'm 1.6, so I'm looking at life recovery. Yeah, 1.6.
1.6.
If you go to the outcome data collection table at the at the bottom, there's nothing there.
Nothing there.
I see.
Yeah.
If you go
1.7
to
is
the top, if we go to the top, let me see what they're saying. Did not exist. Oh, they're saying that the Living Sober program did not exist in 2018-19. Actually, if you go to the very first paragraph in section 1.6, it's saying that the program did not exist. Huh.
Right. The Living Sober program didn't exist in 2018-19. They have other services that they provide, but this particular program, which is maybe why that there was no you know, zero
Okay.
for previous
Okay.
budget and stuff like that.
So,
They didn't see that for 2 years. Yeah.
so,
So I don't think they can have an outcome data collection table, right? If they have
yeah, the program didn't exist. I'm trying to figure out what is this program then? How does it differ from the other program? Okay. All right, yeah, it wouldn't then. So we'll go to the measurement framework because they're saying it did not exist. Anita, can you look at the program description for me just to kind of figure out what's different about this program than the program that we funded for that we're funding currently? Anita,
Yes.
if this is a new program, then there's no funding associated with it, technically.
I didn't know it was a new program, but I'll read the last application and this application and see what's the difference.
Well, I think we can kind of look at this one. Okay, while we're going through this, we need to figure out what's going on. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. We're confused. So
It confused me because I saw that there was 15,000 in the previous funding cycle, but then when he said it was a new program, so
that's what you were saying, Allison. That's what. Yeah. Now I
I just
understand.
didn't catch those reasons why it was sticking in my head as new, but thank you for.
Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. So we'll go to the measurement framework that I guess I could look at that. So these are this is the measure, that's what Summer's speaking from the measurement framework.
Right.
Okay, so we got short term. So that's just what that's an assessment. Okay.
Yeah, it seemed the measurement framework was thorough and had meaningful program outcomes.
Yeah.
But does this reflect what they're trying to do with Leave and Live and Silver there? I mean, it seems like an overall assessment for the population in which they're serving and whatever programs they're in. But I
Yeah, I
guess.
mean, it's for this okay,
Oh, yes.
according to them, it's for the proposed program.
Okay.
A reinvented program, or we're not quite sure.
Right.
So I'll just right now say the outcome indicators included in the measurement framework appear realistic and meaningful. Okay, so we'll put that there. So those because this is future, and I guess we got to. Okay. How about COVID-19? Any comment about COVID-19?
I wanted to commend them. I think how they did some of the face-to-face meetings outdoors, or at least they, meeting in parking lots or wherever they needed to. Sorry, I flipped my notes by accident. Yes, holding out meetings outdoors in order to keep services going. It sounded like they had the proper safety precautions in place in terms of equipment and all. Just doing what they could to keep services going as best they could, given the limitations that they had.
Okay. So let's look at now the funding request itself. That's the next one, whether or not that was the funding request. Did they clearly explain? So this is for the residential program. So,
You know, it's the same program, but a different name.
yeah, so this is not a new, okay, that's what I
Not a new-
thought.
It's not a new
I'm
program,
saying-
they just changed the name.
Yeah, so therefore, that's another finding because it's mandatory. And I guess we're gonna probably have to put something to it because we're currently funding this program. So it's the same program and just and it's okay to change the name of a program, but that doesn't change the program, and all programs are required to report on outcomes. Okay. That's the second finding. All right. Anything anything else about how about the program design? As far as do you feel like the program, if you go into the program description, that they clearly just describe how the program operates so that I can look at a client. If a client is enrolled in that program, I can tell exactly what happens from that client from the point of enrollment through termination or completion of the program. Any comment about the program description that you might want to add? Any comment about that? And the other item we need to comment on is justification for CHSP funding. So any comment about the program description itself? Was it clearly explained? Did they give you the appropriate details, etc.? Yeah, that's big.
I think they did an adequate job of explaining the process. I mean, from intake to, length of resident, just kind of what the individual's experience was like when they arrived, participate.
Okay. Now the last, go ahead. I'm sorry, Allison.
No, I was just gonna say, I think they do talk about the evidence-based curriculum they use, so they did an adequate job of explaining all those aspects of the program.
Okay. And the last one is for us to look at the budget. Did they really explain the need for CHSP funds? Yeah, when I looked at the budget, I could tell it was the same residential program because they're asking for like pillows and towels. That's for residential, a residential program. Half-time counselor, this position. If you want to see this section, you would actually go right into the CHSP application itself. It's in the program section. It's 1.1, section 1.1, CHSP funding request justification, the title of the section.
Page 14 in the PDF. If you're using
It is, yeah, PDF. No. Okay. Any comment that you want me to write regarding the justification for CHSP funding request? Or you can just say that they clearly explain the funding request and leave it at that. If you want a stronger statement, you can let me know and I can write that. Are you okay with that? Okay. Ready to move? Yeah, I'll summarize. You got a whole bunch. You said a lot. Okay. So let me summarize the life recovery. The agency does not currently have adequate staffing to implement the program. That's your concern. For example, the agency indicated that they are currently filling the executive director's position, and that it appears that overall that the agency is understaffed. It is concerning that the board did not meet quorum for all meetings. This speaks to lack of appropriate board involvement and oversight. Although CRT has recommended that the agency diversifies and strengthen its board of directors, this concern is still evident, and the agency states that it is currently continuing to work on its board development. Commend the agency for hiring a staff person with mental health, substance abuse licensure, and I'll be more specific with this. I think they said they had an MSW intern as well. The agency did not clearly respond to budget questions. Second year concern, on the organizational form, the agency listed having 0 staff, which conflicts with the information provided during the presentation. Finding program budget section for last and current years reported having 0 staff, budget, in-kind contributions, etc. Strongly encourage the agency to diversify its funding and resources to assist in strengthening the agency and its ability to provide effective programming. Agency reported no fundraising or grant writing efforts. It is commendable that one program graduate is on the board of directors. Perhaps the agency can utilize other successful graduates to assist in its outreach as well as fundraising efforts. Regarding the program design, although the program has been operating, and Anita, we probably have to talk with them, but although the program has been operating for many years, it appears that there is limited progress in improving agency operations such as board development and staffing capacity and in developing a sound program. They did provide meaningful needs analysis for Leon County. Finding, although the agency changed the name of the program, it is the same program currently funded by CHSP. Therefore, it is mandatory for the agency to complete the outcome data collection table and report program participant outcome indicators. The outcome indicators included in the measurement framework appear realistic and meaningful. Agency adequately described in the application what happens to the client from the point of intake to the point of completion of the program. Commendable that the agency utilizes an evidence-based curriculum in the treatment process. Agency appears to be incorporating necessary safeguards to continue providing services, and that the agency did clearly explain the CHSP funding request. Any comments or anything you need? Are you ready to move to the next agency? Okay, let me save. And the next one is 2-1 Big Ben. I'll set up the spread, this sheet real fast.
Pat, we had Lutheran service. We just not gonna go in line.
I got it. Did I not put Luther? Oh, Luther.
Yeah.
I must put them later because they were on team 1, so I got them on a little bit later. I can go to Lutheran though. If I can find it. Let me find Lutheran. Since we all set up. Oh, I didn't put them in there, did I? Must have missed them. They were on team 1.
This is the computer.
Okay, I must have missed them. Legal Services in North Florida, Life Recovery. Let me set them up. Thank you for catching that.
Good, good, good.
I think they were,
This was the computer refurbishing.
yeah, the computer. Crazy here on my brown. Okay, let's put that all on one side. Okay. It's a slow little saving. Yeah. Okay, we're ready for Lutheran Social Services. And that's that computer refurbishing program. Okay. Ready for your comments.
I like that they had board diversity. They had people with experience with poverty on their board. And I like that they're considering using an advisory board for some more folks with lived experience.
So they said that they were going to create an advisory board, right?
Correct.
Um,
That was the new executive director said that was something that she was proposing was an advisory board to bring diverse members because 51% of their board is
Lutheran.
mandated to be Lutheran. So she that was one of her new programs that she wanted to bring on was an advisory board.
Now you realize that those are two separate issues, the board diversity versus the advisory board. I think you could commend the advisory board, but the board of directors is a totally separate entity, being that the board of directors is the only entity that has the governing authority or the policy authority to the directed agency. So it's a whole different, and it's a legal entity. The other part is that you still have 49% of the board that has the flexibility of creating diversity. So therefore, that is still obtainable because that's 51%, it's not 100%. So if we want to comment on, I just said let's comment on it separately. We can say it's a good thing to have the advisory board, but but also comment on the CRT's comment about the board of directors from the last time.
I don't know if you want to, on the board of directors part, just make it clear that the executive director has expressed that she values diversity, and even though she's new in the position, has only had 2 board meetings since she began because of COVID. So, she's looking to diversify the board because she said, I wrote down she values diversity because it creates creative solutions. And I think she knows that it's needed and is going to be working on that. So thank you.
Okay. What is the board of directors diversity right now? If someone has that, let me go into.
Do you? I can look.
There's 11 white members and 3 African American members.
Okay. Do you want it?
10 females versus 4 males as well.
So there's 13 people.
Yep.
Okay. Do you want to say anything about it? Just continue efforts or to diversify the board, or do you want to say that, or what do you say? Yes, Gwen.
Yes. Continue to encourage you to continue to diversify.
How about skill sets? So, because that's one of the things we look at too is, diversity is bigger than just race. It's skill sets, it's age, it's everything to create that wealth of quality.
It looks like their board is fairly well diversified as far as skill sets go. I mean, they've got attorneys, teachers, realtor, they've got government, nurses. So it looks like they've made an effort to bring in some different skill sets to the board. And they have a mixture of how long they've been on the board as well.
Including, okay, and I'll just take that out of there. Okay, so we give them a positive for that.
Yes.
Okay, so anything else about the agency's operations overall ability to implement the program? So encouraging that the board, you said positive things about the director. And we can move to the program now. It's a simple program, so we should be able to get this pretty quickly. So did they clearly demonstrate the need for the program? Same thing to spiel. I won't go into the spiel again with you. But so we need to comment. We have those 3 sections to comment, program design, COVID, as well as justification for CHSD funding. So I'm ready to put comments.
I thought it was commendable that they continued to take orders, even though they couldn't meet with clients in person, that they didn't just shut down their operations, and that they made an effort to get the computers to their clients, even when their clients couldn't come get the computers themselves.
As far as the program, I do think they do a very good job of utilizing the donations they receive and turning them around quickly in terms of updating the equipment so it can be given to someone in need. And I think sounds like it's an efficiently run program in that respect. Even with only 2 contractors who are tech, like I think they do a good job of keeping things moving. And I like that they have good partnerships with not only Title I schools, but the Career Center, other organizations where individuals can utilize computers for job seeking or to, do their job if it's a remote style work. they address definitely an area of need and a gap there in this program. I'd also say I noticed that they lost their program manager in 2018 and still managed to continue operating effectively, being short-staffed and in the process of hiring the executive director and all that since the previous funding cycle. So I would just commend them on clear that they have strong leadership and oversight, that they could operate that well without management.
Okay. Okay.
I have a few more comments related to COVID, but I don't want to move it.
Okay. That's fine. I'm ready for you.
Well, I think Leanne had touched on a few things, but I commend them on the contactless way that they adapted, for distribution. And even with missing the March fundraiser, that they have actively looked for grant opportunities, whether it's short-term emergency funding or just new funding sources, using that somewhat downtime effectively. It sounds like the executive director didn't just sit back and take a vacation because she couldn't go into the office. She really was looking for to continue to operate and meet the needs. I liked that I guess they had 20 computers that had computers placed, but if individuals who ordered them didn't respond or didn't come pick them up, so they identified a Title I school and said, can your students use these? Made sure that they were used and not just sitting in a room waiting for someone else to pick them up.
Okay.
So basically, they just distributed existing stock to the Title I schools. Meet that need, I guess.
Okay. Anything else? And we can always jump to going back to summer. How about outcomes? Where the outcomes, let's look at their program outcomes.
Okay, so for program outcomes for this program, they did a good job, explaining the return on investment. Did say the data collection table, it did fall short on a couple of their goals indicators.
Here, summer for some feedback.
Let me see if I'll shut myself off and see if that will help. See if that will help.
Okay, let's try that again. So for the chart for the program outcome indicators, a couple of their goals on there, they did fall a little bit short on. For instance, They were hoping to provide volunteer experience for at least 15 college or high school students, and it looks like they only provided volunteer experience for 3 volunteers. So they kind of missed that goal by a lot. And then providing at least 190 refurbished computers to local low-income individuals and families, and they actually distributed 163 computers, so they missed that goal as well. But then it also says 51 computers were distributed to local nonprofit agencies in that same time frame. So that one, I don't know if that can kind of count that they hit that goal or not. And then the other 2 goals they listed, they were able to hit. And it also talks about losing the program manager in 2018 because of the funding shortfalls. And then as far as the program framework goes, it looks like they have similar goals from the last year. The one that just kind of strikes me is they said again that they'd like to provide volunteer experience for at least 15 volunteers, and they only were able to do that for 3 volunteers in last year. So I don't know if maybe that's something they could look at revising, maybe adjusting that goal a little bit.
The question I would have with that one is, do you think COVID-19 had any indication of why they fell short especially in the volunteering? Because I don't know when they actually started their volunteering program, because I know they are probably, I don't know if depending on when they started that whole volunteer.
This chart is reflective of 18-19, so that's the year. Yeah, that's finished. That would ended last September 30th of 2019. So this is before COVID.
It is, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if maybe their executive director might want to focus a little bit more on outreach to some of those computer tech programs in the high schools, so that those, because high school kids are always looking for volunteer hours, so it seems hard to believe that they would not be able to fill the positions for something like that with kids who had an interest in that area. So maybe they need to do a little bit more outreach with some of the high schools who have computer tech programs.
Well, they're at the college as well, because all of the who are doing CSI, CIS, they have computer people, and they'll be happy to do it because college students need to do it as well.
I couldn't hear what Gwen was saying, but maybe we can just say that we need to just recognize that part of the reason for not reaching that outcome is not having a program manager specifically for that program. So at least say, like, we recognize that may have limited your outreach opportunity or ability or how coordinating volunteers, all of that. But maybe just we agree that's a good goal to have, and hope that with a program manager in place, even part-time, which I think is what she said they were looking to hire, we would hope that they could work toward meeting that outcome.
And they never stated that they didn't have a program manager there. So we would be making an assumption.
They lost theirs in 2018 due to funding shortages.
To funding shortages.
All I'm saying is maybe we just say perhaps due to, but just to not take them for something that and the fact they didn't have the capacity, that they didn't have enough people.
I don't think it's a ding. I guess it is, the facts are what they are. And I don't think we need to start qualifying why programs don't reach there. Unless we're dealing with the COVID virus, the here and now, I don't necessarily think we need to try to explain why any program or organization did not reach their goals or objectives, because I think that's getting subjective. It's just a fact. It doesn't mean that you harm them with the funding request. it is a small agency. I think everybody recognizes. I mean, you could, if you want to say that they do considerable amount of work with very few resources, staffing resources, you can if you want to make a global comment about that. But us trying to justify why an organization does or doesn't do reach their goals, I think that's going on. Maybe we're going a little to another step. But we do have a comment from what I heard too. Significant outcome was realized, recognizing, I mean, the small CHSP investment, for example, the outcome that they reported, which is the primary reason for the program in the first place. The main reason for the program is to make computer technology accessible to people that don't have it. And so they have reached that primary objectives. You're talking about what, a small CHSP investment, and they were able to distribute 163 computers to low income and about 50 to the agencies. So commending them on the primary goal and outcome is probably that's most importantly. Okay. Anything else? Let's see, how about we go to CHSP funding requests? So let's look at what they're requesting for CHS for funding. I don't know if they've changed those.
I was thinking that with the COVID-19 stuff going on, like they won't be distributing as much to the schools, I guess, this year.
You're thinking that, so is
She
that
brought that up because we asked her about that. And she said that Leon County Schools picked up the slack for equipment needs for homeschooling. So I guess they offered, but Leon County didn't need it because they were providing it.
Okay.
That was my take, because that's what I wrote down, was that they continue to take orders, and she said Leon County Schools picked up the slack for equipment needs for at-home schooling.
Okay. So you're concerned that the demand for services may be decreased, Janetta? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it looks like they have relationships with multiple human services organizations, and the schools are part of that. But I think
Right.
the demand may be lessened in one area and grow in another. I mean, personally, I don't foresee the demand going down for technology as this continue to meet remotely or virtually because people are getting used to it.
So do you want me to put this down, or are you saying,
Janetta, is your concern that their overall demand for product will be down? I mean, they have 65 orders currently. I would think the demand stays pretty steady as people have to use technology more and more, telemedicine and
yeah.
anything else, seeking services.
And remember, everybody has to agree for something to stay up. So it's not, so is there, because I mean, you're also making a point too, Allison, in that the demand for computer technology may increase in other areas. It's just an unknown. So what is, what are they asking for? They're asking for CHSP for $14,000. They're asking for 5% of the program assistant salary, contractual. Most of that is $7,000 for contract payments for 2 computer technicians. occupancy, Microsoft licensing, general liability. So let's look at the funding request itself. I think you can is it a reasonable, did they clearly explain the need for the funding for CHSP funding of 14 grand? They're asking for an increase. So let's see what explanation they gave. They said the essential needs are it's 12,000 that are critical needs for the program. Okay. The only thing, again, when they talked about the request for an increase, there are no numbers in that explanation. So one thing we do tell people, when you're given a budget explanation, that it should include figures. They do talk
Section
about
is that in the application or page on the big PDF? Can somebody tell me? It's the hardest time finding stuff in this document.
What did you ask, Allison?
Page or section is that?
Oh, in the PDF. Yeah, I'm looking at it from the
section is it, and I can just control find in my PDF.
It's right. It's right in your the budget where it has the CHSP form for the budget request for CHSP. The question's right up underneath that section. So that section is 1.1 of the program section. So it's the CHSP funding request, and it's that chart that looks at the justification for CHSP funding and the questions thereafter. We're gonna need to move because you got a lot more to go. And this is probably your smallest program on this team.
If I recall, I'll have to look for it to find it, but I think the only difference from the previous request was asking for some funds for part of someone's salary. Because I think the previous one was just for the equipment, the licensing, the contractors. So maybe it was for the program manager. I just can't find it at the moment. I want to hold us up.
Okay. Anybody want to make a comment about this section about, I mean, if you look at the CHSP budget form itself, I just say they clearly explain, describe the CHSP funding request. Let's just put that there for a placeholder right now, because they clearly did describe the CHSP funding request. And you have to decide if those funding, that's something you'll do anyway when you do budget recommendations. That's when you decide whether or not the request for is justifiable or not. Well, you will decide that based on the amount of money you have available in the real world. You may feel like the program deserves more money, but we can only allocate what we have. I'm going to summarize this real quickly. Lutheran Social Services. It is encouraging that the agency is proposing to develop an advisory board to increase consumer and diverse participation, or the executive director appears to have creative ideas for further developing and strengthening the agency. He encouraged the agency to continue its efforts to diversify the board racially. The board has diverse skill sets on the board that include, and I'll get this right out of the application. It's commendable that the board continues to provide services even during these changes in time, and in consideration that they lost their, they just had a transition of the executive director and no longer have a program manager. Program design. It's commendable that the agency was still able again to take orders and make arrangements to safely get the computers to those consumers. It appears to be an efficiently ran program. They're able to refurbish computers and quickly distribute them into the community. Excellent partnerships that they utilize to provide services, including Kearney Center, Title I schools. They did a good job explaining the return on investment for this program. Again, significant outcome we talked about that was actualized regarding the small investment of CHSP funding. they did not reach some of the goals, and you suggest perhaps that they do additional outreach efforts to schools and other tech programs to increase participation and volunteers so that they can reach those goals. Impact or just reestablish if those are goals that are important to them. Impact of COVID-19, commend the way the agency adapted their services to to continue to provide those resources to the community. You also commend the new executive director for using this downtime to really go after other resources and grant opportunities. And again, you said that they use creative methods to continue to address the urgent needs, including partnering with the Title I school to distribute computers, and that there is some concern that the demand for computers may decrease for schools. And also at the same time, you're saying that other areas may result in an increase. And that they clearly describe the CHSP funding requests, okay? And with that, does anybody need 5 minutes? Yeah, okay. So we will start back at 10:50 and take a brief 5-minute pause, okay? So I suggest just mute yourself and if you want to mute yourself and take your camera off so you have a 5 minutes of privacy, okay? Thank you. We'll see you soon. Do one Big Ben. Oh, we got a lot of agencies. Okay, we're ready. Next is the 211 Big Ben agency capacity, and our same 4 categories. Yeah, it's more fun in person.
It is so much fun.
And I would like to know from Anita Morel or Sala, where are my snacks right now?
Yes.
We want our snacks, mid morning snack.
I mean, I would just say I think they, continue to have the capacity to serve the needs of their audience, and they've, adapted to challenging times in order to do that, but also, had the opportunity to get a new phone system that would allow them to not only serve their existing population, but possibly more, and to grow their volunteer base by having more options than in-person volunteer hours in their call center.
That's wonderful, that one right there.
Is it a telephone system or what
Yeah,
was
they said they
it?
upgraded the telephone system, upgraded phone system.
The phone system upgrade, they said, was to allow for remote phone answering in the future. So if they need to work from home again, they have the capacity to do that.
I think it also gave options for chat and then text because it was a cloud-based system, so it just gave them a lot more flexibility.
Okay.
I thought it was very commendable that they were able to shuffle their staff around to accommodate the increase in calls that they were receiving. And that they moved all of their volunteer training to Zoom meetings.
And I think the program design continues to be effective and efficient way of connecting public with human services in critical times.
Okay.
With regard to COVID, I just wanted to commend them on, I think they had a 97% answer rate, even with a 65% increase in call volume throughout March, April, and May. So that they were, even with reduced volunteers, number of volunteers, and having to, redistribute staff, and in the midst of a telephone system upgrade, they just managed to continue operating at above even normal rates effectively. And then along those lines, I think they mentioned that they typically have 2 fundraisers that were canceled in that period for about $60,000 impact total, but that they had worked through the paycheck protection loans, other emergency and temporary grants to receive funding. So they looked for other sources, at the time to make up for that fundraising deficit, and to just continue to be able to offer their services at the same level or more. And one last thing on that, I like that they leveraged the knowledge of their incoming board chair and his working with TMH and knowing sort of the PPE protocols and all the safety measures that they needed to take to make sure they were safeguarding their staff and volunteers during these last few months and going forward.
Okay.
I would say they adequately justified the need for CHSP funding, and have shown that they utilize the funds well, since the bulk of the funding for their call center, I think, comes through this process. And, the fact that they continue to operate as well as they have through all of it, just shows that it's money well spent, I guess, by the city and county. And that it's a needed service that they are, it's a service that they're fulfilling the need for.
Okay. Anything else? I think did I get this one right about the docket, maintain a 90% response rate, even though they have a 60% increase in calls? Are these
I wrote
percent?
down 97,
I did too.
65.
Okay, that's why I'm asking. 97% rate, and they had an increase in demand of 60%?
65.
65, okay, thank you.
Mhm. They did an excellent. I just
Okay, what was that, Miss Lady? Miss Chip?
no, and hey, everything that she said I had written down, and she did an excellent job. So thank you.
Right.
Yeah,
That was a quick one. That's the quickest one you did. So
yeah, that was those are the points I did as well. I like
One thing I know we noted, from previous findings had to do with client follow-up and then board diversity. So I had just written down that, they follow up with clients to a degree, but since so much of it is anonymous and high risk, like, I don't know how often we can continue to ask for that, but it's not the nature of their service to have ongoing relationships.
As a committee, you don't have to bring that up if you don't feel like that's critical, based on the reality that these are anonymous phone calls.
And they did mention too, it was difficult there were certain questions they needed to ask the client, and some things that they just didn't have time to just ask questions about, like your gender and all of those things, because they're trying to service the need of the client at the time. So I think, we have to probably give them a pass on that, maybe.
The board is not. The board is pretty diverse even now. Because even if you got 9, you've got what? How many people? 13 and 3, 4, 5 people. I mean, so I think they. I mean,
They did a good job in compliance.
so maybe say that we appreciate their work. I mean, because they've diversified the board they've got 12 people, 13, they have 3 African Americans, 1 Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander,
Mhm.
and even 1 multiracial. So that's 5 of 13. Okay. So we should commend them on there.
Yes.
And I think, the board chair mentioned that he's also working to strategically diversify the board, and additionally in terms of skill set, and length of service in these kinds of arenas. So maybe some of it's youth versus experience, those sorts of things. So it sounds like they've done a good job so far and have plans to continue to make the board that much more effective.
And as far as follow up with their clients go, they had a goal to follow up with 3% of the helpline calls, and they did follow up with a little over 4%. So as far as doing that, I think that they're definitely making those efforts to try and follow up with people as well.
So 4% currently. Do you want to put anything about follow-up to the calls, or do you want to note that, or what? I put that down. Do you want to make any mention of the follow-up?
Maybe just state that, you know, we appreciate their efforts to follow up where possible to ensure that their clients their needs are met. I don't know. I mean, I think it's good to say we asked them to do that. They set a goal. They beat the goal. It's good to acknowledge.
Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's look at so we've done that. Let's see if we look at the outcomes. I'm saving this. Remember, board is maintaining success, sorry, secure resources. Okay, let's look at the outcomes in the outcome data collection table.
So for the outcomes, on their outcome data collection table, they only missed one of their outcomes that they had listed, which was to have 75% of the GROME cases connected to an appropriate service, whereas only 70% of them were connected to an appropriate service. They did list briefly that some barriers included wait lists with the agencies and also funding limitations. So whereas they did fall short of that goal, you know, they did provide a little bit of information why. And then when it comes to the outcome measurement framework, they readjusted that goal for the next year. So they lowered that goal a little bit to 70%, which is the number that they hit this last year. So I thought they readjusted that goal appropriately.
Shows that they're on top of it if they, you know, because that's what you should do. Okay.
Be more realistic about it, yes.
Yeah, and being actually monitoring your own goals and objectives. That's it's a living, breathing document process. Okay. Want me to sum this up?
Yes.
Okay, let me say it's saving and I'll sum it up real fast. Agency overall capacity. Agency clearly has the capacity to service consumers. It is commendable that the agency continues to improve and adapt its service delivery, such as upgrading its telephone system to allow for remote work, chat, and other features. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted me to add here. You can let me know. And it's commendable that the agency was able to shuffle staff to address urgent needs and move all volunteer trainings to the Zoom format. It's also, we wanted to commend them on the achievements of diversifying the board, and that you also wanted to commend the board president for also looking forward to continuing to diversify the board in a number of areas to ensure that it's a strong board, including areas of expertise. As far as the program design, you said that this is a well-operated system, and they do an effective job in connecting the community with available resources in real time. And the agency reported excellent outcome findings in their data outcome collection table. Impact of COVID, again, commendable that the agency has maintained a 97% response rate, even though the calls were increased by 65%. You also wanted to give them a special note too, that considering that they had a decrease in volunteers due to the closure of universities, etc. They, again, commendable that they were able to meet the 97% response rate. You also commend them because during this time they've sought and secured other resources that allows them to also deal with organizational needs as well as having the ability to continue to provide meaningful services. You also it's encouraging that the upcoming board president actually works at TMH, and therefore he brings his expertise to the agency regarding how to effectively address the demands in this crisis. The agency provides critical services to the community. You also appreciate their efforts to increase, to continue to follow up with clients. And they clearly documented the need for CHSP funding, okay? And with that, in a mouthful, we'll go to Capital Area Community Action.
Can I call you back?
And I think the program we were looking at was getting ahead instead of Head Start. And with legal aid,
Yeah, thank you. Give me,
legal aid was next.
because they were, I had them on, I copy paste them from yesterday. So this is getting ahead program. Thank you. Getting ahead. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're ready for Capital Area Community Action Agency.
What about Legal Aid Foundation?
They're next.
Next.
You want to go to them next? Is that?
They were just the next on the list. We can go to wherever you are.
I'm fine. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to go to Legal Aid next or go ahead and do Capital Area Community Action Agency? What's your pleasure? You don't care?
Nope.
Okay, so we'll just go Cap then.
I'm gonna find them. Yes.
That's what I was saying, though, Gwen, if it were easier, I could have just went to the next. Let's see. Capital Area Community Action Agency. I got a lot of programs on this team. Not all of these are programs. Some of these are in progress. They didn't finish. Okay.
it appears to me that they have an effective program, so that they have the capacity to do it, even if they're having to do it remotely. I think for this fall, it's maybe more the program, but it's like an effective program, but it's so many resources are required just to take people through it that I think they aren't seeing the wider outcomes that they might like, even though they know it's effective from what they've said.
I'm not sure what point you want me to say.
It might be under the program
Allison.
design. I think they technically have the capacity to do it because they have a well-run organization and good oversight and leadership. But I think the design, it's good, but it's just a smaller impact than probably other programs because it's classes of 15 people. It's a 15-week program. So it's just like a smaller resources are needed to dedicate to something that has a smaller outcome, number of people served.
And I think we're going to have to look at what those outcomes are, so that you can see whether or not those outcomes, because we have to look at the outcomes based on the investment of the program too, to assess what you're saying as well, Allison.
Well, then maybe to that, I would say they mentioned the 45% success rate, and in general, and then an 80% success rate for Head Start parents who participate. But they only follow up for 6 months, so they really don't know beyond that if someone ends up falling back below the poverty level, or if they're able to maintain all of the good practices they've learned through this program beyond 6 months.
Okay, I got what you were saying, Allison. Thank you so much. Hopefully, that my percentages are correct, Allison. 45% success rate overall that he stated, an 80% success rate with Head Start parents, and concern about the follow-up period being a short term for determining long-term success and sustaining self-sufficiency. Okay. And any other comments? I'm sure there are.
The only other one I had was with the COVID stuff. He mentioned that they were going to be receiving some funding through the CARES Act that could be devoted to getting ahead, and that it would serve a larger population, or could, because I guess they could move up to 200% of poverty level in terms of eligibility to participate up from 125% of poverty level. So it just I don't know how that's going to impact their overall program, how many they serve, but they have some other sources of funding short term to serve this population.
One question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I didn't see anything else.
Okay. Let's look at, I think, Allison, were you quoted, I know from, he spoke those words, that we also look directly, since we're doing outcomes right now, that are we also directly looking at the outcome data collection table? Summer. So let's look and see what they reported.
Yes. So on the outcome data collection table, something that I noticed there was the long-term goal doesn't seem to really make sense. It seems like they copied and pasted from part of the findings from the intermediate goal and pasted them over. So what they're saying is the indicator doesn't really line up with what the findings say. So it says 36% of the participants use the aforementioned capabilities to develop a revised household budget. And then it says the findings were that 27% of the class demonstrated an increase in their household income. So I think that the indicator was supposed to be more along the lines of the individual households increasing their income. So the long-term goal didn't seem to really make sense to me. And then for the framework, their goals and indicators and everything seem to make sense there, but there's a lot of like kind of spelling, and it seems like maybe formatting errors. Like there's a lot of question marks just throughout when you're trying to read it, and it's really distracting. I know it's kind of a minor thing, but something like that should maybe be paid a little bit closer attention to.
Actually, that's not minor. That comes up in their applications every year, that their applications need some proofreading and some professionalism. So that is actually an issue with them consistently.
Like majorly, like it's really distracting in that particular section.
Yeah. It's actually in their letter. It's been in their award letter previously.
Okay.
That they they have some professionalism issues, and usually, in the past their applications have been missing pieces of information. So it's just they need to put again a little bit more care and concern into the accuracy and the comprehensiveness of what they're writing.
And let's look at, I'm going to do the outcome data collection table first, and make sure I get the comments that you want to put on this in this award letter. So
so for the
able to adapt to include affordable housing, necessary living wage, 30%, 36%. Well, one of the things that's most noticeable is that the short term and intermediate outcome findings do not have client numbers to correlate with the percentages. I just made a new word, out findings.
The short-term one actually, it looks like does include one. It says 100%, so it says 11 out of 11 of the Alice individuals.
Oh, I missed that. You're right. It's the intermediate.
One
Thank you.
does not.
Thank you. You're right. Thank you so much.
I have a question. Why these numbers are all from 2017?
That's another thing, yeah.
Oh,
So
wow.
what happened to the 2018 class? Or fall 2019? Because we specifically asked for outcome results for fiscal year 18-19.
Right.
And that's
Okay.
not what this is.
Okay. That's another one. Maybe not updating. I mean, that could be an update issue. And I'll put something more specific about this. This form is for report. They're supposed to report on 2018-19 clients.
would it matter if they didn't receive funding specifically for this program in the last funding cycle? Because I'm not funding an award letter for this one. I'm only funding for Head Start. I'm not saying they didn't still do the program, just maybe not with CHS funds. So would they still report data on clients served with other funds?
I mean, it's the same program. If it's the same program, and I mean, I guess that we could ask them to explain that maybe. I mean, but it is I don't know. I mean, I guess that's a good question, Allison. But I know that this program was funded by United Way, so it's a continuation program. I mean, you want me to pose it in a question versus being definitive? I mean,
because it would still be part of the justification. One of the things funding, if you're asking for funds from an additional source, to add to what you're getting from another funder. So it seems like you'd want to include anything to help build your case.
Right. That's what most people, and what we've done, and is if looking at the chart, I'm looking at the chart online. What we do also is give them an opportunity to explain, because there's a question right underneath the chart, the outcome data collection chart, that says if you need to highlight or explain any of the outcomes or providing any different additional information for clarification, we give the organization a place to do that, and they put in A there. So I don't know, I don't know. So I'm not, let's see, they got to say a complete 15, which is, so anyway, I'll figure out how to write it. Any other comments? I think the other comment that that Summer mentioned was the long-term outcome didn't seem to fit. 30% of in our fall class, so that's a household budget. They're saying a household budget 7. Well, the long-term outcome does not correlate with the outcome finding that was provided.
Right.
Long-term outcome does not correlate with the outcome finding. The other part is that's it doesn't if in fact the program does a 6-month follow-up, this does not the long-term, there's no long-term outcome specific to self-sufficiency, the goal of the program.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that speaks to the outcomes. You don't like the way I said that, kind of. Okay. Now, let me see what they did in the measurement framework. See if any of that was addressed in the measurement framework. Let's see.
They still don't really have a goal tied to self-sufficiency. It's still
Yeah.
they can increase income. And then I'm sorry, did you already write something about all the kind of spelling and format errors as well?
Oh, with the question marks.
Yeah, there's lots of question marks everywhere. And
You
Necessary.
would like that from the previous award letter, you could say it. Also had language about the funding information being from 2016 in the previous application. I think you said you only have 2017 in this one.
I don't understand on that framework. What are these worksheets that you're talking about? It just says they're filling out worksheets, but worksheets about what? What are these worksheets
I
measuring?
think it's the classes. When they're doing classes, it's the curriculum. I would assume it's the curriculum, and they're doing worksheets based on curriculum. Yeah, you're right there.
the data collection method is also incomplete for the long term. Kind of half
Say that again. I'm sorry, Leanne. What did you?
Summer.
The data collection method for the long-term goal is also incomplete. It's just kind of a half sentence.
Okay. Okay, so those are lots of things about program. I don't know if you want to deal with did they document the need for the program in general based on data. We've done a lot about the actual program outcomes. Any comment about that, or do you want to go right to justification for CHSP funding requests? Yeah, or let's see what they. Any other comments that you would like for me to add here? I guess one of the biggest costs, if I look at the budget for 22,000, a little bit of over, they only, it doesn't have a mathematical equations to demonstrate how the figure was derived at. And that's something we look for. And I guess I just saw something in here that might speak to why he gave us 2017 data. It does say here, Capital Area Community Action Agency was not funded for getting ahead in the previous years. It was funded by United Way, my understanding.
But shouldn't they still have client information no matter who funded them?
Yeah, if the program is still going on, yes, of course. Yes. Okay, you want to look at the funding request and give me your comment on it. Whatever comment you would like for me to write regarding that funding request, you can look at it. Does someone Leanne, do you have the funding request open? Who did I give that assignment to funding about looking at.
I have that
Okay.
open. That's section 1.1 on.
Yes, you want to review that with your colleagues, and then you guys tell me what you would like for me to put there to write.
Their funding request is $84,473.
And you're going to take each category and tell them what it's in. Okay, thank you so much.
44,000 of that is compensation and benefits for the Getting Ahead coordinator, the case manager, and then it looks like partial for 2 other coordinators and case managers out of that. Professional fees are at 2,800. Materials, supplies, and postage, 3,500. Meeting costs, travel, and transportation. So that's facility rentals, childcare, meals, ceremony, plaques, guest speakers, 2 Getting Ahead classes of 15 people each. That's almost $23,000. Stipends for the class are right around 11,000. And then that looks like that's what totals up to the 84,473. They did not, were not given any CHSP money for this program last year. But I believe the program was funded by another agency, though.
Okay. So what comment do you want me to say? Do you feel like you needed additional mathematical breakdown, or what do you want me to write here?
I mean, they have broken down each aspect of the request
By categories.
Yeah. But it looks like they're listing that the cost per client is more than $2,500 per client for this program.
That's in the client demographics? Because I'm thinking, well, let's look at here. We've been kind of contemplating about, but if we went to the overall budget for the program, it's clearly showing that the program had a budget for, in fact, go to that program budget for this program, and you can see what the amount of resources it says was dedicated to the program. So if you go into the budget, and let your colleagues know that as well.
Are you talking from the actual budget worksheets?
No, from the program funding information. That's overall program budget, section 1.2. Section 1.2 of the program information. So it is showing, I know there was some discussion about whether this program was continued or not. There is, if you look at the section 1.2 overall program budget, there's allocations for last, current, and proposed fiscal year of the program. So you can look at what the programs, what other funding is dedicated to the program.
So last year they had a fiscal year budget of $704,116. Their current fiscal year budget is $862,169, and then they're proposing $946,642 for this one program.
If you don't want to do the cost per client rate, then what you'd have, and there's probably is a little bit more tricky. If you go to the client demographics, it's saying that 30 people were served. So what is the cost per client rate?
Well, what they're listing as the cost per client is $2,815.
So probably needed to explain that, because
it says the average per client cost is the program budget divided by 30 students from 2 classes.
And I think the overall Getting Ahead program has more facets than just this getting ahead
Yeah, it
getting
does.
by world. So it's a little confusing as to what portion of that overall budget.
Right.
Looking at less than 10% of their annual budget if that they're requesting, but they, when you look at what they got from United Way and other places previously, specifically for this part, it's much less than that. So I can't figure out like where the increase is coming in if they're really only serving 30 people throughout the year.
Hmm.
I'm confused as well because they say that part of this is for speakers to come in and talk. But it says in the on page 16 at the very bottom under number 3, it says Getting Ahead convenes a 2-hour workshop around a table and completes 10 modules. There are no presentations, videos, or lectures.
That's what it says.
That is what it says. Very confused. Am I missing something?
Yeah, we try to give, even with this question, with the program budget, we did say, again, clarification if they need to clarify and explain to you guys why, like there's so many sections. We try to give people opportunity to explain things, just like Allison was speaking. I do think the budget is more complicated than what it looks like, because normally we would just divide the 30 into whatever that budget was. That particular year was 704,000, but it's probably more in there, nuances in there. But I looked to see if there was an explanation, that, because right after that you can actually explain to what just give some explanation. It says NA, so there's no way to really understand the budget and the cost per client, and there's very different. You can't. It's how do you make any analysis without that explanation? So that makes it challenging.
So do we need to indicate that the cost per client is high, or is that something different?
Now, and you tell me based on what I'm hearing. I just put here that because we can't. I mean, we kind of like at a point we can't even make a decision because we don't know. But the program budget's listed in section 1.2, overall program budget. And that would be for last, current, present, proposed, make it confusing to determine the actual cost per client rate, as well as the need for CHSP funding. So, because it complicates it, because maybe, for example, some of those funds, maybe they have restrictions and only this portion could, you just don't know. You don't know. And I suspect there might be some of that. It's just that it's not written in the application for you to determine that.
Can we just say something about needing to clarify the component of this program that we're being asked to fund, and just be more specific as to the direct cost out of the funds that are being requested from CHP? I think that's where the confusion's coming in, right? We're seeing the overall Getting Ahead program, which has at least 3 or 4 components, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
We're being asked to just fund the part for the Getting Ahead course, but it's unclear. I mean, being asked to, do 40% of, let's say, this program manager's budget, but do they spend 40% of their time on this program? Like, it's just hard to know apples to apples what we're being asked to fund.
I think that was a program manager, right?
That was just one, but yeah, they had a few other FTEs that a portion of their salary, but I think it was the program manager was 40%. He was requested at 84,000.
Yeah, I have to just figure out how to write it. I will work on that. Okay. So, okay, let's move so that we, because I think we're getting ready for a lunch break. What is our break today?
Noon to 1 was on the last schedule.
Okay.
17 minutes.
So let me summarize this, and then if you have any other comments, okay? So at least we can wrap up capital area. That's my son. Agency appears to have the capacity. I mean, you almost have hit that one. The first comment, that the agency appears to have the capacity to effectively administer the program. But you said so many things since then. So, second year, need to proofread and improve the quality of the overall application. Do you want to keep that one based on what you just said? All the comments? Let's look at all the comments and then see. Program design. The program design takes a great deal of resources to reach a smaller number of consumers. They indicated a 45% success rate overall, 80% success rate with Head Start parents. My son, let me talk to my husband. He's talking to my son, and they're having a good time over there. Mute me for a second, Virginia, while I let my husband know I can hear him and his son. So you also said 80% success rate with Head Start parents. Also, the follow-up period of 6 months is a short time to determine long-term success and sustaining self-sufficiency. The intermediate outcome findings do not include client numbers that correlate with the percentages provided. The data included in the outcome data collection table for 217 program clients, even though the program was operational for 18. This section requires the agency report on outcome findings for clients served in fiscal year 2018-19. Long-term outcome does not correlate with the outcome finding. There is no long-term outcome that measures self-sufficiency. For example, the 6-month follow-up period. The measurement framework includes several question marks, which made the form confusing. Also, the long-term outcome for data collection method was left incomplete. In regards to COVID, it is encouraging that the agency did receive additional CARES funding, which will allow it to increase its capacity to serve more clients in this program. And regarding the justification for CHSP funding, we said the agency explained the need for CHSP funding, kind of a non-qualitative comment. The program budgets listed in in 1.2 overall program budget makes it confusing to determine the actual cost per client rate, as well as the need for CHSP funding. For example, does the program manager spend 40% of their time on this program, recognizing that they're asking for funding to cover 40% of that person's salary? So that's what I've got so far. Is there anything else? Yeah, 40, the coordinator, getting ahead coordinator, 40%. Anything else you want me to add? Or change? That's fine too, because I can change. I want to make sure that I'm true to what you guys want to say. So do you want me
Going back to the first comment where you were saying, I mean, I think maybe you can just say, like, they appear to have the capacity to continue to administer this program since there's been no lapse in continue the program just because they didn't have CHSP funding specifically. So I don't know. I mean, it seems like they have the capacity to do it with or without us. They're just asking us to partner with them. Okay. So I see what you mean about not making it a super positive thing since it's not specific to CHSP, but I don't don't think they've stopped the program in the intervening
Right.
years when they didn't get CHSP funding.
Right, right, right. Okay, anything else from the body? Are you comfortable with the comments, or do you want me to modify or add anything? Nope. You want to move to, we only have a few minutes, but we'll use that time well. You want to start Legal Aid Foundation, or do you want to, you ready to do that? Okay. So Legal Aid Foundation, pro bono legal services, as well as Thunderdorm Tallahassee. So those are two different programs. Okay, I'm ready to write whatever you wish me to write. And that is Legal Aid Foundation. Okay.
I don't know if this falls under agency, but I just wanted to commend their board response to everything. They have a very active board. Sounds like they have working committees that truly are effective. Their board are advocates as well as fundraisers and volunteer raisers. Added a non-attorney to the board. Just by the experience of it, maybe that was it. I can't remember if that was specific finding, but sounds like their board is very active in preparing the crisis that they begin. I think their board is their executive director, who has a ton of passion and seems to be very organized and articulate and resourceful. She seemed like she did a great job in that respect.
Okay, anything else from this body?
I'm sorry, I might have said board president. I meant their executive director.
Oh, okay, thank you.
No, they also demonstrated an overall need for the program in the community. That was great.
Said it again, Gwen.
They demonstrated that, along with how passionate they were, but they demonstrated the need for the program, for all of the pro bono. I know it's a couple of things they're doing here, but the mere fact that they demonstrated the need for the program in the community. They talked about their fundraising. I'm not sure whether it shows how they were not able to do their fundraising.
Thank
you. Again?
I couldn't hear you because Pat was unmuted, so I was asking her to mute. Sorry.
Gwen, go ahead and speak up. Could you make those comments again, and then I will mute myself, okay?
I'm not even sure if I'm unmuted. Did they mention, they talked about the fundraising activities? I'm not sure exactly where that was, but they talked about how that didn't occur. So I know we needed to mention something about the fundraising activity. I have a couple of notes here, but I'm not sure how I want to say that. I'm sorry.
They mentioned a September fundraiser that was moving forward as though they could hold it normally, but also planning for a hybrid in-person / virtual event that could easily be converted to fully virtual if needed. And they mentioned just this goes to justification, I guess, for the need of the funding request, but they weren't funded by United Way this year. They had an increased need so that they could grow the Thunderdome program, which trains a lot of their volunteer attorneys. And then they have a part-time FSU law intern to help with intake. So I don't know if that's a paid internship. But part of, I think, the funding request was to go to the collaboration with legal services for the kiosks and some of those things. So my notes kind of ran together between what was COVID related and funding and just operational.
Um, Pat,
You're muted, Gwen.
sorry. During the COVID-19, they indicated that they're able to do applications online and Zoom capability. I think one of the concerns, and maybe I'm incorrect about, because mine sort of rolled together too, is the limited access for some of their clients not having the ability to do that. But they have, made efforts to do applications online and Zoom capability for those that have either iPhones, or I think that's where they probably have a concern about the technology. I don't know if all of their clients are capable of or do have the technology so they can do that online. But I think they mentioned they do go out in the parking lot as well. I'm not sure.
I think one thing they mentioned was that they plan to reopen their office at the courthouse as soon as the courthouse reopens, because they know a lot of their clients have these limitations.
Yes.
But also that they're setting up a space in the office to be able to video conference with other entities. So the pro bono attorneys that those clients would work with, the court itself. I mean, I would think they've got some things going on just like other agencies did, where they don't have to be in person for some things with the court. So it just sounded like they were doing what they could while they couldn't be in their own office, to adapt and provide service, but they are also going to be adapting their in-person facilities to be able to work effectively with the attorneys and the court, other entities that these clients will need access to, especially if they don't have their own technology to be able to work with them. So it sounds like they were adapting the best they could for their own needs, but also for their clients' needs going forward now and going forward.
Thank you.
Pat, I don't know if this goes under COVID, but or where, and maybe it's justification, but she mentioned, because I know we were looking at the Thunderdome program was one of the ones we were reviewing as well, and that it right now, because of the funds they have, they can only train 15 volunteers, I think it is, a year. And these are attorneys that they're training on family law. It sounds like specifically, since that she said it's about 86% of their cases. So, you know, part of the funding request was to be able to train more volunteers to meet the demand that they already have, much less the increased demand they expect for, you know, going forward. So I don't know what to say about that, other than I think they've done what they could with, you know, training 80 volunteers since 2014, but they also recognize that that's inadequate to meet the need. So they want to be able to grow the program to train more volunteers to better meet the need. So I don't know, that's admirable, or like we understand that's part of the justification for it. In my mind, it just kind of helps recognize that there's a greater need than they've been able to meet, and they would like to do more. I don't know.
Allison, is this is your statement specific to family, or meeting the demands for family law?
I think so. Yeah, I mean,
okay, I didn't know, or should I just not put family law in there?
No,
Just to leave it more general. Leave it general. Okay,
that's fine. I just know she mentioned that these are attorneys that aren't necessarily training for that specialty. So they're giving them additional training in order for them to be volunteer.
Okay, I got
attorneys.
you. So. I understand what you're saying. Okay. Okay. All right, it's time for us to take a break. So we have a lunch break, so we get started exactly by 1. So please, if everybody could be ready to start at 1 o'clock on the dot. And then how many more agencies do we have? And my other colleagues, let me know how many more agencies we have to review.
5 complete plus the rest of this one.
We only have 5 out of 13.
Yep.
Wow. Do you want to do a 30-minute lunch instead of an hour lunch so we can move faster, or what's your pleasure? Because right now we
have 5 remaining, not that we've only done 5.
Oh, remaining. Okay, I thought she had like, oh my God. Okay. So we should be able to move fast. We're gonna have to move more faster. So we'll come back at by 1 o'clock, and we'll be ready to go through this, right? Okay. All right. Again, suggest that you only mute yourselves and turn your cameras off and keep your systems on so that we don't have any problems about coming back into the meeting. Okay. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
You know, their previous number, I guess they just didn't put it in the right place. Is that what we're saying?
No. You can serve, why don't you go, if you look at the data collection table, we're short. So that's on section 1.6. In the program, section 1.6, program evaluation / program outcomes. If you go to the data collection table, they're not speaking about how many they serve. They're speaking about their accomplishments with those folks that they serve. So it's saying, for example, that Summer, you want to, the last, for example, long-term outcome says 80% go, 10% of cases that were opened, referred, and received full representation by a volunteer attorney. It doesn't give you the number. It says it said that they met 80% of that goal, but what are the numbers? Because there are no numbers. There are no client numbers. That's a man.
They have no idea how many people are going to need to come to them year over year.
Oh, you're
just saying that of who comes to them, 85% they want to have met with someone in 60 days. Is that not accurate?
They may not know how many people are coming, but they should have a goal of how many they should be serving.
We're not even talking about that though, Allison. I think we got a miscommunication. We're talking, they're actually reporting on the clients and the services they provided last year, 2018. So they do know how many people they served last year. We're not talking about current, we're talking about the completed fiscal year. And so,
right.
Yes, you do know.
Saying they didn't say how many they served, that's not accurate because they did. They just didn't put it in the chart.
I'm not saying that. I'm really. Are you looking at your application, Allison?
I am.
Because I'm not saying that. I'm only giving a fact. I'm not even making an interpretation. I'm talking about the outcome data collection table where they're actually reporting the benefits of their services. And I'm looking at the form itself. There are no client numbers in here. So we don't know what 80% of what is.
I understand, but what I'm saying is they didn't put it in the chart, but they do have it in the application. They just did, because they said they served 129 people. They just didn't put it all together in this chart. So I don't think we can, I mean, I think we can say, please make sure you include it in the chart, but we can't ding them for not having it because it is there.
Yes, you can, because it's a mandatory. It's a mandatory requirement, and we've written up every other agency for that so far. If they didn't have client numbers, we actually noted that in the. It doesn't mean you don't fund them, but we have to tell the facts, and we have to tell the facts the same for every agency. So every agency that didn't have client numbers in there so far, it's been a written comment in their award letter. So that's the same. We have to treat them exactly like we treated everyone else.
I agree with you. I think that what I'm maybe not understanding is those others didn't put numbers at all. They just did. This application doesn't have it in both places.
I think most of the other applications, except for one, did say how many clients they served in 1819, because that's the climate demographics page. It shows how many clients were served. But even if you served 129, the same outcome may not be applicable to all. Like, for example, we don't, anyway. I think we're talking.
I guess I think we're saying the same thing just differently, because I think they just didn't give us the raw numbers. 85% of 129 is X.
If we can make that assumption. If we can actually make that assumption. And our grant is what it is. Any other comments about this, or do we want to move on to Thunderdome at this point? So we'll move to the Thunderdome program regarding outcomes. For some reason, my thing will not let me. Okay. So the same thing true for Thunderdome. Okay. Any other comments in general you want to state, you want to look at? I know we have to look at the funding request. I don't know if you want to deal with any other comments about overall agency capacity. And Leanne, is there anything from the last year's letter that we need to carry over or be made aware of as a committee that the committee needs to be aware of?
There was a note last year that stated that the outcome data collection table must include client numbers to correlate with the percentages. So they did not do that.
Okay.
And there was a second year recommendation noted. It says, I'll just read it verbatim. It seems that the long-term outcome indicator noted in the outcome data collection table would be more appropriate as an intermediate outcome indicator. This indicator speaks to the knowledge of available resources rather than a resolution of a legal problem or an improvement in the life of the client. For example, the long-term outcome indicator states, quote, by end of 2017, 75% of individuals residing in the Promise Zone and directly served by LAF through brief advice and counsel, monthly clinics, and educational trainings demonstrate increased awareness of available legal resources and ability to access available legal resources when needed. So honestly, I'm not sure if that was addressed or not.
I think they attempted to in the long term because they're saying that, and that's a different program, so we can't use that one. But they did say that cases that were open, referred, and received full representation. Oops. Basically, it's saying that referred by a volunteer attorney in the previous year found some resolution to their cases. So they did try to resolution of cases. These are short-term versus long-term assistance. Yeah, so those are the only two that would be applicable. And I don't know, and that doesn't, we're not just talking about negative, it could be positive comments from last year's review team that you guys might have thought were also things that were notable this year as well.
As far as the positive comments go, it was noted that, and I don't think this is the same, well, this was for Promise Zone pro bono legal services, which is not the same thing. So
right. Yeah.
Their client rate last year was noted as excellent. I didn't see that the per client ratio this year was far off when you're talking about legal services. It seemed like it was pretty spot on, if not a bit of a deal.
Do y'all want to say a comment about that? And that's up to you guys. So that's just last year's team. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Leanne.
Oh, that's okay. And then they made note of the agency's excellent use of outreach and marketing strategies to notify the public about the availability of services. Excellent job of diversifying its board of directors. Board appearing very committed to the agency's mission. And adding 13 new partners as an outstanding accomplishment.
Okay. Any other comments you guys want to add to this in general? We do need to look at the funding requests. We've already had a couple comments that deal with the funding requests. So how about we go to, let's see which program I got open right now. I think it's Thunderdome. Let's see.
Their program request for this year is $23,373.
That's for the Thunderdome.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So do you guys want to make a comment about, I see they've given you, looks like the math for it, which is good. they seem like they broke down everything. And they're trying to get a pro bono coordinator part-time and also 5% of the ED's position. So they did clearly define that. Any comment you want to make about the Thunderdome funding request? Hello?
That they
Okay.
clearly indicated, what was required to keep the program going, given the cut in funding from another source, and then just like you said, outlined very clearly the expenses related to the program
Okay.
and how they work into their overall budget.
Okay, that's Thunderdome. Now we'll go into Promise Zone. I'm saying the Promise Zone, I mean pro bono. Look at that funding request for pro bono.
Okay. Funding request for pro bono program is $76,456,000. Sorry, $76,456.
So I think since that's a significantly increase compared to current funding, you want to look at the justification for the significant increase and see if you feel like that is clearly explained to you. That's the application document, what they're saying the justification is for the increase. Is everybody looking at that same section, or do you want Leanne to read it out to the group?
The problem I have with a lot of these is that, and I recognize that parking is an issue, but to ask for the agencies to pay for parking is one thing. I think all money should probably be going into, if you're going to fund salaries, if that's your salary should be, because I pay for parking. So my salary is not, I pay for mine. So I think they, if they're going to use monies, they should go strictly to salaries and compensating people to help their clients. I don't know, other than that one in the pro bono area. I commend them for their passion to serve their community, but some of these things they ask for, to me is not realistic. I'm not even sure how to put that in words, but just a thought.
Yeah, you want to summarize?
The staff members themselves that work out of the office in the courthouse versus the pro bono volunteer attorney parking fees when they come to the courthouse? Because I can understand wanting to cover that for volunteers, but for staff members down to, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of part of their cost working there.
Is that what it says?
That's what I'm trying to find. I can't find anything in this application. Can somebody tell me what section I need to be looking at? Because I've been scrolling and control finding, and I'm not.
It'll be
starting on page 14 of the PDF document is the budget breakdown for pro bono legal services.
Right. Have one thing, they have $1,680 is the specialist parking. They have $300 for the pro bono coordinator parking, $120 for the executive director parking, that's in that as well, and the breakdown for $63,993 for the compensation and benefits.
people for parking, to be honest with you.
Yes.
No more than I have to pay for my own parking at the city.
I do too.
We only pay for for the provision of direct client services that we don't get into parking.
Yeah.
Maybe the recommendation is that if
that's fine, that's a minute amount of money.
It isn't. It is minute. Yeah.
It's just that when you actually look at it, that's a lot. Wow, they pay a lot for parking, but that's you have to pretty much, I guess, like most businesses, they include that in your salary. That's a small amount compared to reality. I mean, you're not going to have that amount of money, additional money, on this team. We have almost flat level funding. And unfortunately, and I feel bad for some of the agencies that traditionally we used to share the funding, so they would get, like this agency would get funding from United Way, City, County, or whatever to make them whole. But the unfortunate thing is that with some of those programs, they lost their United Way funding, so they're trying to understandably get recuperated from CHSP, but then CHSP doesn't have those additional funding because United Way funding in its totality totaled about $1.9 million. So CHSP has a gap of funding of 1.9 million. So there's no way you can compensate. And we have very significantly less, we don't have that. They didn't add additional 2 million into CHSP.
Well, at least they explained what they were doing with the funds.
That's tough. So they clearly
And I do have to commend them for that this is
At
an
least.
extremely detailed
Yes, it's
breakdown
very
of
detailed,
everything
yes.
they're spending it on.
They clearly explained it, yes.
The best we've seen, probably. They've been real
Yes.
clear.
Down to the letter, yes.
Yeah. So is that okay? The comment about they clearly explain and justify the need for funding, for funding. They clearly explained. I almost want to. I'm gonna use the word detailed because I think that's more than just.
They clearly detailed the program expenses or something like that.
Okay. Anything else before we move on to another agency? But we got to get moving. We're gonna have to kind of move and mainly gather what we think is most important about these programs. We won't be able to probably capture every single thought, but is there anything else that you guys really want to have in this award letter? We can come back to it if you want to, after you finish the process, if you want to go back and add, if you think of something additional, but is there anything else you would like to add to this letter before we move to the for the United Way award, not the United Way, but the Refuge House.
Refuge House.
You ready? Okay.
Ready.
So now we're dealing with, they have two programs, 24-hour crisis response, and then that hotline basically, and then the Leon Intimate Violence Enhanced Services.
Is that's 3 programs?
That's shelter. Let me go to the app. I'm trying to blend everything in. We didn't even have time like we normally do, to be honest with you. As a staff, we normally have time to go through these applications, but we were running so hard to transition this to virtual that we have not had the time we would like to have had in an ideal world. Let me make sure that I'm. So this is this is that crisis hotline. Looks like I thought. I just want to make sure. Any comment for rape crisis and other domestic violence crisis, including rape?
Pat, they used to be called rape 24-hour, and then the other one used to be called emergency resources. That's what we have this year.
Oh, that's why I was a little bit confused, huh? They've changed the name. What happened to my document I was sharing? There it is. Okay. I guess I moved the wrong way. Okay. So that's the difference. They've changed the names of the programs, Melinda.
The first one is correct, but the second one, it looks like that should be the one we have currently is emergency resources, but the 24-hour we currently have as well. So it looks like the Leon Intimate has changed.
No, that's the same. They may be getting funding from, they used to get, maybe they're getting funding from for the other program through United Way. It's a little bit harder to coordinate because we're not the same process anymore. We don't have, we don't have a joint process to know exactly what United Way is funding and what they're not.
So there's two programs, right?
Yes.
That's what we currently have, yes.
And both of them were on the same award letter last year, so I don't think there's a whole lot of difference in that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So let's look at comments for the agency, okay? Agency, any overall agency comments, and I can go back and forth between those four categories.
I would just reiterate from the previous letter, they noted the executive director's passion for the program and those she serves and the collaboration with law enforcement and how effective that is. So you could, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you could lift that directly from the previous letter. It just said.
What number is that, Allison?
Number, let's see, numbers 2, 5. Those two were directly about that.
And they spoke to you want to read those directly for you?
Sure. It said, this program exemplifies an excellent partnership with local law enforcement. And I guess that was specific to the Invest program, but I'm sure the crisis response as well. And then said the executive director appeared passionate about the mission of the agency. And then another that the 24-hour response program addresses critical community needs.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and so I don't mess up, and because we're dealing with two programs, if you don't mind, I'm gonna just go ahead and write this in here. So Invest, could you read that comment one more time, Allison?
The first
Please.
one, the program exemplifies an excellent partnership with local law enforcement.
Okay.
And that was the only one specific to Invest, at least that's from the previous
Okay.
year.
And then 20 emergency. Okay.
The other, I mean, they had just said it, the 24-hour crisis response addresses a critical community need, which I think is still accurate. And then I sent Summer one of the concerns they had to look at against the outcome
Okay.
for this year, just so she could check on that for later.
And yeah, okay. We'll do that as
I
well.
would guess, and I don't know if this goes under COVID, but just from my own notes, you know, I liked that the way she described it as having a COVID-ready mindset now and for as long as they needed. They've adapted protocols for public safety, but also ways of collecting critical information or the same kit, pre-screening, triage, just doing, you know, finding ways to do all that safely, but still effectively.
Yeah, I was impressed with she said the all virtual injunction process, which I thought was pretty amazing.
So that's a virtual injunction. I don't know, what's the language there?
She said virtual injunction filing process.
Okay. All right.
Also, I had a note, but did she say that they had received a federal and private grant funding to replace their computer systems to enable them to do the upgrades for all virtual systems? Had they received that or had they applied for that?
I have a note that they've been funded through a COVID-related federal grant for the launch of the virtual injunction filing, and that it was going live in the next few weeks. So I don't know if it was just them or a combination of them plus Leon County Courthouse or Leon County Sheriff's Office. But they were federally funded to do that.
So I would say, I would commend them on going after that grant and receiving it in order to do the system upgrades.
Did they say a grant? I thought you guys said you weren't sure, but they did.
Federal funding that was
Federal
COVID
funding.
related is what they used to be able to launch this all virtual filing system with the courts.
Okay, okay.
I would commend them for, 2 major fundraisers that were canceled, but making up that revenue by approaching individual donors individually and by mail, just finding ways to make it work, even with losing 2 of their major fundraisers.
Okay, say that again, Allison.
They had 2 fundraisers canceled in May, and she said that they worked hard to make up the revenue through direct mail appeals and individual donor appeals.
Okay.
I thought I read somewhere that state funds cannot be used for 24-hour hotline services. One thing I want to commend them on, they have called e-notify now. E-notary, is that a part of the funding source they got for the virtual, for the CARES Act? Is that how they got that?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, okay.
I mean, I don't know, but your colleagues, hopefully they can answer that question.
I just made a note of that.
So they've been doing direct sponsor contact. So let's see. That's how they did that funding, made up
They
that
had
funding.
mail
Direct fund, yeah,
and called
direct,
individual donors.
yeah, direct donor contacts.
And I don't know if this would fall under justification for the funding request for Invest specifically, but we asked the questions about, increase in domestic violence with everyone having to stay at home for the length of time. And she mentioned that the hotline calls went down because of proximity to the abuser, but that an email address allowed people to report abuse under the radar of their abuser. And then she said they anticipate an increase in calls and the intensity of the abuse reported once abusers are back to work. So the Invest program sounds like will be busier going forward than maybe they were during the COVID time. That they would continue to offer these multiple points of contact to report abuse, just for the safety of those who are abused and just convenience of making sure they can report it in real time.
I got the part about invest that you spoke about, that the calls may have gone down, obviously because of the victim being housed with their perpetrators, and that they anticipate an increase in calls once the community, once the people go back to work, etc. But I don't know what that other part of what you were saying, Allison. I'm unclear about.
Mentioned that the volume of calls will likely go up, but also the intensity of the abuse itself that they'll have to react to. Just, and that'll happen once abusers are back at work. So just, I think that's just what they're anticipating with this program in general, what will happen going forward in the near future anyway.
Okay.
We mentioned that they would continue to offer the newer approaches like email reporting of abuse, once the virtual injunction filings, those sorts of things are all wrapped up into that. With Invest, I think, as well as the hotline, but it sounded like she was talking more specifically about Invest in that moment.
So you're saying via texting, you said that she's creating more options for victims to be able to report abuse and seek assistance, and it's via what methodologies again?
Email.
Email?
They created an innocuous email address.
Okay, email address. Okay.
Rather than having to call, since they were in the same place as the users.
Okay, I got you.
And one thing kind of going along with the prompts for, working well with local law enforcement, she mentioned that they use Zoom for remote coordination of services with law enforcement. So just leveraging all the resources that were available to continue this collaboration.
Right. That last comment about utilizing law enforcement to do what? To
Said they had remote coordination via phone and via Zoom with local law enforcement. Things they would normally have done in person, I think, when
just like what we're doing.
Right, but she was just saying, I was just talking about specifically with the collaboration with law enforcement, not just the courts or other human service agencies.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see if I can move myself faster. Saving it right now. So we've got quite a few things here. We talked about justification for invest funding. We haven't spoken about the as far as well, let's see what we want to do first to get these other areas stronger. So we talked about invest, that the program exemplifies an excellent partnership with local law enforcement. Okay, let's go ahead and deal with invest. Let's look at their outcomes. And I don't know if you all are in a position to look at outcomes or to find outcomes in the application. So we'll all do it together. So let's see here.
The main one that was on the award letter previously, at that point, it said it was a second year concern. That they had noted there have been no fatalities with victims receiving invest services, but that wasn't included in their actual data collection table or framework. And then they also noted that goal stated the purpose of invest was to reduce the risk and incidence of domestic violence homicide and aggravated and sexual assaults. And so they hadn't included those particular measurements. So I messaged that through chat to Summer to pull up hopefully they address that, because I hadn't had a chance to look at it yet.
Okay, I'm looking at it now.
So, I don't know that they directly addressed.
They still don't. So what was that? Can you read that, Leanne, the comment from last year's, or either whoever has the award letter pull up for Refuge House for Invest? What was the specific comment? Can you read that, Alice? The comment from last year's committee.
Yes. So it was stated as a second year concern. Although it was noted in the presentation that there have been no fatalities of victims receiving Invest services since the program's inception, this measurement was not included in the outcome data collection table or the outcome measurement framework. However, the program's overall goal states, quote, the purpose of the Leon County Intimate Violence Enhanced Services Team is to reduce the risk and incidence of domestic violence, homicides, and aggravated and sexual assaults in Leon County. It said, given that it's the program's goal, it's important to include this measurement as a long-term outcome in the outcome data collection table and measurement framework.
Okay, so that becomes a third year concern because it's still not there based on what I just saw. Because that's the overall goal of the program, is to reduce fatalities of refuge. That's the goal. Invest was created for high risk domestic violence victims who fatality is a threat, and so therefore it's important that the program measures that and reports on that. So long-term outcome here is survivors experience greater autonomy in achieving personal goals, which is great, but that's probably more of an intermediate. Let's see, how did they get that? Enhanced, so they got enhanced safety, but okay. So we still don't have a outcome for that for the Invest program. That speaks to the overall goal and purpose of the program.
Correct.
Okay.
My other, I guess, just kind of observation was that 2 of their program outcome findings on this one are over 100%. So would that mean that some of their clients, repeated or came back to them? How are they getting that above 100%?
Not quite. Let me put myself on mute to make sure I'm not distorting your conversation, Summer.
Okay. I just wondered if any of you have an explanation of, for the intermediate and long-term goals, it says 152%. So 76 of 50 victims report enhanced safety from perpetrators 2 months after 2 months of participation in the program. Does that mean that some clients came back to the program a second time? Is that what I'm seeing there?
It certainly sounds like they served more than the expected number, but I don't know if it's because someone had to repeat or, yeah. So maybe just clarification on the metrics provided if over 100% of in success or what have you.
Right.
I guess I'm reading it, and maybe is that initially they did assess 194 potential high-risk victims, and then it dropped to, in 2 months, the number of victims, while they anticipated they would have 5 victims to actually complete Then it dropped, then they actually had 76 people still in the program after 2 months. And the anticipated goal was originally 50. But if we look at the measurement framework, we might can look, see if that clarifies number 2, because then it'll be the goal. So what they said for that particular outcome, they're saying 40 of the goal was 40 of 50 victims report enhanced safety. So they anticipated serving 50 people and providing that particular service, but they actually served 76. So that's what it means.
Okay, gotcha.
They just exceeded their goal.
And I did find in the narrative that they said that they wanted no one who was reported high risk to be killed. You know, they just didn't report that in the outcomes table. So they got kind of halfway there from what was requested previously, but it still didn't say whether there were any fatalities or if everyone survived.
And that's the same information that was provided the last 2 years. So that's why the volunteers are keeping that comment. That's why they added that comment again.
Right. I just meant, I think they've kind of halfway addressed it, just not completely. So that's all I was saying.
Can we go to the outcomes for the 24-hour program now?
Sure.
Let's see. Let's see here. Lucky Child's 24-hour program. We'll go to the outcome for that. Data collection table. This one.
So for this one, I felt like they did a decent job explaining the SROI again. And then these all seem to make sense. The indicators all match the outcome findings.
Okay, so those look really good. They're definitive. They include all client numbers. So, you see how, I don't know if I'm open, but like I was trying to tell you, you see how when you look at the outcomes and you look at the numbers, you notice how certain ones are applicable. They're not always applicable to that 100% of people to serve. Sometimes they narrow. That's why you have to have the client numbers. So you'll know what for that particular outcome.
Right.
So that's what I was trying to say. That was a great example we just saw. The way that Refuge did it, that's exactly the way it should be done in that program. Just to give you a good example. So they clearly did that. Okay. Getting kicked out of my. Okay. So the next thing, since we're in that program, let's see, since we're in that program, now we're in, let's go ahead and look at their funding requests, okay? Since we're in that program, we're dealing with 24-hour. So we'll look at that funding request. And so you guys give me a comment about that. Look at their funding request for that one. Okay.
Their funding request for the 24-hour program is $56,035. And that was primarily, well, $22,000 is salaries and benefits for the program director, coordinator, and counselor, professional fees for the nurses and a doctor, $3,000 for the building lease, $1,500 for additional PPE supplies to deal with clients who may have the possibility of COVID infections. They said that was something they were adding this year. That was one of the additional part of why the request went up some, was to be able to provide PPE for their nurses. $1,500 for liability insurance. And that was it. So there was also part of the funding request was to help provide a modest salary increase for their staff members who have not had a raise in 2 years.
One thing I wrote down, in the same that we said for everybody else. If you look at the funding request, there's no breakdown in the for all budget questions, like it's saying you're asking for the increase. There are no numbers for you to. It's a summary, but it does not give you the budget breakdown as required in this section. So you have to provide a budget explanation for a budgetary question. It gives you a good summary, but it just doesn't break down and give you a comparison so you can see what that means. I guess you could look at the salary information worksheet so you can see what they're currently paying those staffing positions, and then look at what they're proposing to pay those staffing positions so you can see what is the difference, since you don't have that information in the form. So you probably need to do that so you can kind of respond to the funding request for the additional money for the 24-hour program. So let's look at we'll need to look at the salary information worksheet specific to the 24-hour program. So you can find out, so you can see exactly what she's saying in regards to salary increases.
Oh, there we go.
We have to go out. Let's see what they say. What does it say?
It looks like one of the emergency service director goes from 40,000 to 42,000 per year.
Okay.
Full-time shelter advocate, there's 4 of those. And the increase in salary for the 4 of them goes from $77,527 to $80,300, but that's for 4 people. So that's a very minor increase when you're looking at divided between 4 people.
Okay. Do you
It looks like the services director, again, that's an increase of $2,000 per year for each of those director positions.
Okay. All right. So I'll add that comment here. Clearly explain the need for CHSP funding. And I just said next time, just give you the mathematical equations, and that would be true for anyone that did not give that to you. Anything else? You want me to summarize this? We have one overall agency comment about the executive director. I don't know if you have any other comments you want to make. I don't know if you guys reviewed the audit or not. If you had any other positive comments you want to add, but I will summarize. You do?
I was just going to say their audit every year, they never have. I think in all the years I have reviewed them, they have never had anything come back on their audits. Amazing.
And you know what I have to do, because that's just what we do. We'll review it and then confirm it, okay? So let's look at program design. We said that the INVEST program exemplifies an excellent partnership with the law enforcement. We did talk about long-term outcome regarding reducing risk and incident of fatality, that they need to add that as a long-term outcome and report on it in the outcome data collection table. The 24-hour program addresses a critical community need, excellent outcome findings reported in the outcome data collection table. Impact of COVID-19, you gave a lot of attaboys because they've been adjusting their program and services as needed, considering that these are permanent essential services. You commend the agency for securing additional resources to launch the virtual injection system. And you also said that even though they had to cancel 2 fundraisers, they immediately made alternative plans and were able to recuperate that funding through direct donor contacts. You like the fact that they're creating other options for victims to meet victim needs so they can continue to report victimization in a safe manner that's non-threatening to them. And again, you like the fact that they're collaborating with law enforcement and using alternative communication methods such as Zoom, etc. You also said justification. Invest director noted that the hotline, but they're saying that while the hotline calls have gone down, they're anticipating increases in volume and intensity, which is what the news reports are reporting across the nation. The 24-hour next year, please include budget calculations, breakdown, and staffing costs in the justification session, and that they clearly explain the need for CHSP funding. Seems like a mouthful. That's it. Do you have anything else that's burning that you want to add in here? Everybody okay? Can we take, I don't need but about 2 minutes. Can I have 2 minutes? Yes. And if you want to, you can start looking at divine revelations and have a whole bunch of comments ready for me when I come back in 2 minutes. How about that? That one, let me get that ready right now. Okay. Okay. You know, we got 4 of these to do this week.
Oh, Lordy.
That's what I say. I don't know. I said I'm gonna be my brain's gonna be burnt.
Yes.
And then on Thursday, Wednesday, they gonna actually do the site visits. I mean, you know what I mean. And the deliberations on the same day, tomorrow.
They don't have as many programs in there as we had here.
No, they don't. By no means. No, by no means. By no means. Yes. You guys got a ton of programs. It's more than a motion, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Ooh-wee. I can see why you called me quick. Like, oh my God. Yes. Even writing this is a lot of programs on one team.
Yes, I was complaining. I said, why do we have so many programs on one team? It's just amazing.
When they extended the deadline for CHP, we got a lot more programs submitted during that extension.
Yeah, that's what happens there, when you open it up and the floodgates come open.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
To some degree.
Yeah.
So how many more we got? We got you know what? We're gonna have to really move.
Yeah, what time is it?
It's already 2 o'clock.
2:08.
We have 4 more.
Wow.
I think we can get through. This has not been funded by CHP, right?
No, it has not.
So
I think what's going to be important, we're going to have to go faster and just really get at what's essential in the decision making. Because what's essential in each of those categories? What's essential?
Yeah, the passion about the program is there. I can see that. One positive that we can say about that. But this one is.
Gotta jump on in there.
Well, the program they applied for previously is different than this one.
Yes.
Some of the findings might be things we need to just, or comments need to be things we need to make sure they've addressed. It talked about, sorry, I lost my place. Oh, to further develop competencies in nonprofit management, recommending they join Human Service Partnership, which I think they said they did, right?
They did. They said they joined at UPHS, I think, and they participated in INE or something.
Okay, so maybe just a commendation saying, we appreciate you addressing those areas identified previously as areas for improvement. So joining Partners for Human Services. The other one you mentioned, I don't know if I wrote that one down. I didn't. And they had previously said to increase fundraising and grant writing efforts, including applying for startup grants. It sounded like they could still improve in terms of multiple funding sources, and it's particularly since it's their own curriculum that they don't have to purchase from somewhere else, that they could work on building some in-kind partnerships with printers locally, so they wouldn't have that expense, and then they could funnel those resources into serving more inmates or other areas of the program.
Yeah, they have a very low budget,
Yes, they do.
$22,000 agency-wide budget.
I made a note that with the low budget, and I know they, have become, partners with some people and stuff like that. But if we could make a note, if they could maybe look at, like we mentioned, partnering with a printing company to, offset some of those printing costs. Like there were a couple of different ways. I guess that's an in-kind service. But that was a specific note that I had written.
I had that as well.
Okay.
I had one note that as far as their board, that it looks like they may need to diversify their board a little bit. They have good representation, they have good attendance, but their client ratio and their board ratio doesn't match up.
What about the skill sets on that board?
That's what I was just looking at. It's kind of hard to tell because
It
it
is.
just says where they work, but doesn't
Say what they do,
So, I mean, I can't really speak to that. I mean, it looks like a good mixture of organizations that they work for, which is great because that's pulling from a lot of different skill sets.
Financial services. Okay. All right. So we'll just seek ways to racially diversify the board of directors.
Right. And they're also, it looks like
Maybe
they're
grant writing.
heavy as far as gender as well. They need to maybe get a few more guys on the board.
Okay. How about the program design? And let's just kind of run through it. So the program design, anything about what is this program? Let's see.
This is the prison ministry, anger management classes.
Yeah. Did we speak to the, didn't they say they had some online classes for anger management? I think we mentioned that as well.
What was that again?
I think we recommended, I believe they said they had some online anger management classes. I don't, under the COVID. So did y'all hear that one? Not because we talked about that. I thought they had.
Did. It
Yeah,
said that they do have them available online,
right.
but they had the printed materials for those who were not able to access
Right.
the
Right.
internet.
I don't know if it's worth noting or how, but as part of the COVID response, I mean, they were previously able to visit 8 different facilities weekly and have not been able to go in to visit. So I know they have made some of the materials available online, but it sounds like those were only for the court ordered programs, so they weren't able to serve anyone else during this time that might have just had interest in the program or was identified as someone who would benefit from it. So they were limited more than some, it sounds like, in terms of like the reach of their program during the pandemic.
Yeah, yeah. So did you want me to add the language about the frequency of services prior to COVID? Because I think Allison, you noted that they went prior to COVID. They visited. They went. They served 8 prisons.
He just said
Right.
8 different facilities they visited weekly, and they're unsure of when they'll be able to go back in. And it sounds like they've only been able to serve those who are in court-ordered programs through the conference calls and the hand-delivered materials, since they've been prevented from physically going into the facilities.
So that impact of COVID. Anything, let's see, anything about the program itself? Let's look at the anything you want to say about the program design itself? About did they clearly demonstrate the need for the program? Did they give you good local data?
They did. I mean, I'm looking at the target population information and the breakdown of the program itself, and they've used local data. They've used numbers, not percentages or guesstimations of things. So there are some definite data points in here to look at. And it seems very well organized.
It appears they know their clients and who needs to.
Yes.
Yes.
And it looks like they've applied, appropriate research and programs based on the clients that they're serving. It's very specific.
Okay. So next we'll look at program outcomes. They won't have probably they did give outcomes and they really didn't have to, but they did give outcomes because they're not funded at any reasonable amount, but they actually did try to give you outcomes.
So they did give us some outcomes. One thing I noticed was they said that they have not used an SROI strategy, but are interested in using SROI as a predictive tool. So that might be something, we can look for in future applications, but that's not something they have broken down for us right now. But they do have numbers in their program outcome findings. And the program outcome indicator, it seems like a very reasonable goal. It seems like most people rate their program a 4 out of 5. And the program indicator is just a rating of 3 or higher out of 5. And then for their framework, I did notice on the goals, they only have that short-term goal listed. They don't have an intermediate or long-term goal listed there. On their framework, they do list a long-term goal, but that long-term goal doesn't have any specific numbers associated with it. It just states participants will use their Anger log and journal. It doesn't say, specific number of them.
I'm just going to tell them that because in general, they probably need to talk to us so we can kind of help them out with that section, how to develop that section. Kind of leave that at overall, let's see.
It would have been nice to hear from the other board members too. I would just like to hear how they feel about the program in which they're working on. You can tell that the two individuals who spoke with us are passionate about that, but I'd just like to see how they interact with the prison ministry. Just a thought.
I'm wondering about putting it on there is because that a lot of folks felt limited, because of the situation we're in. I know the first time they did bring, I think almost the entire board attended, but
Right.
because, yeah.
That's okay. Yeah,
But I think that would be absolutely a true statement. I just don't do, unless you guys want to put it in there. I mean, they had up to 5 people. We gave them a number of 5 people that they could actually, for each agency, they could have 5 people participate. But I noticed, so do you guys want me to put that in there?
If we didn't mention it,
I think they had a couple call in and they just didn't speak. So they were there.
Probably didn't have time because we had 20 minutes.
Yeah, I was looking at that on the previous letter and it said they had good board representation when they were able to do it in person. So I agree. I think it was just a limitation of the format. Something to just pay attention to in future if they don't end up bringing him back, I would think. But I wouldn't personally add it just because I think it's a limitation of the format.
Okay. How about we just look at that last one, the CHSP funding request?
I think, we've all mentioned the concern about 15% of the funding requests going straight to materials that could possibly be underwritten in kind, but also some of the breakout for the facilities and something else. I think I struggle to understand if they're going into a prison why they would have $3,900 in facility fees for this program unless it's their operating expense for wherever they have their offices. But I think she said the request was only about 50% of the actual cost of this program. But
I don't think all of their meetings are at the prisons though, because they talked about some of their clients are, I can't think of the word right this second.
Enrollees or something like that.
Yeah, where so I think there are classes that take place that are for those that are reentry.
What is on, they're on probation or are re-entering to the society? I think that's what they said.
Right, because there was more than just the prison population.
I think I remember now they said something about if they rent the Red Cross work.
Right.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Because I remember making a note, but I couldn't remember if they answered that.
Yeah, because well, I think what he seemed to focus a little bit because I think he has a particular passion for prison ministry, so he focused a lot on that. But I don't think that is the entirety of the program.
They definitely give you a detailed breakdown of the cost, expenses.
I don't know if this is an appropriate comment, but I did like that some of the funding request was to go to training new facilitators so that they could broaden the impact of their program.
So you say that again, what you want me to write down, Alice?
Just that part of the request was to or train new facilitators for the empowerment program, that they could serve a larger population or broaden the impact of their services. So in my mind, that just is good forethought, for the long-term viability of this program.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you did want me to, I think we said something already about printing. Maybe they need to look at other possibilities. I think we already, yeah, you talked about trying to collaborate to reduce the printing costs. So you spoke to that already. You ready to move on?
Well, I just wanted to point out that their budget request, their request from CHSP is not the 22,000. That's they're only requesting $8,200.
Right.
So they're pulling money for the entirety of the program. For the program as a whole, they have other funding sources, and they're only requesting $88,191 from CHSP.
Right. Right.
Very small. Minimal. Yeah.
Okay. Let's move to FAMU so next we'll go to FAMU Foundation. Wait a minute.
On our team.
That's not ours.
Okay. Let me make sure.
Should be
Big Ben Habitat.
Yeah. No, I didn't take this off. I guess when I copied it, I didn't take this one off. This is on team 1. So Big Ben Habitat. Okay. Phew.
I would just say overall, in terms of capacity or impact, they were 200,000. So I think there's a demonstrated need that's being met through the services of Habitat for Humanity. And when he talked about the average mortgage payment being much less than the average rent payment in the community, I I think it's a good design in terms of serving the housing needs of low-income families, setting them up for financial success.
Hey, Allison, your banking comes out in this program. Your banking language, your banking expertise comes right out in this program. Stated just like a banker. I mean, it's a true statement what you just said. Well stated.
Well, and I also like that the program is designed to involve as many members of the community as possible through volunteering on site or fundraising or whatever it is. I mean, it's a true community partnership in that regard. So that's partly how I'm as familiar, is because I go and volunteer as a banker with my company. So I think they do a good job of leveraging the board relationships that springboard into these corporate relationships, volunteer relationships, so on and so forth. And I think they do a lot to garner donations of raw materials, and not just labor, but raw materials and things to keep their costs down. So overall, I think it's a smart program design.
Okay. Keep on going, Allison, you're on the roll. Okay.
Pulling up their previous award letter from 17 to make sure there's no changes.
Okay. Anything else?
As far as what the director, blah, blah, I'm gonna start that sentence over again. The executive director, I think, addressed the COVID-19 concerns as far as safety procedures for their volunteers. I think he clearly, that was something they had already thought about, that they had a plan for, and that they were working to address in order to get those volunteers back so that they could reduce those subcontractor costs, because right now they're having to pay to have someone do those functions that they would usually have volunteers at. So I think that they've done a great job of foresight and thinking through how they're going to handle those volunteer crews moving forward. So it was not a surprise question for him. They had clearly already considered all of that. So I think that's great.
Okay. Anything else? I don't know if we have any other, let's see.
And one thing they had on the award letter from 1718 was talking about increasing the role of Restore in terms of their financial viability. And I think that was pretty evident that they had done that. It sounds like a large part of their budget comes from sales at the store, which of course were impacted by having to close during COVID, but it sounds like they took that advice under, and have worked that into their operations to make that store a bigger part of how they have the income to build the homes. Do you want me to read you what it said previously?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I misread that. They were saying that the agency had already addressed it from 1617. So my apologies. So they've continued to use Restore as a means of increasing donations and revenues effectively.
Okay. Anything else? And then we have that demonstrated need being fulfilled, excellent design. Let's look at outcomes since we've done everything else with this program. Let's just look at them. And they weren't funded, but obviously this is not a new program. Habitat. So let's see if they gave us any outcomes, or better, here we're going to probably look at outcomes and what they're saying that they will do with the money that they're asking us for. Habitat for Humanity.
So I thought they did an excellent job of calculating the SROI for us, and letting us know, the total monthly saving to the Habitat homeowner, and things like that. And it also has a figure in there for, again, the volunteer hours at, such and such per hour, per home. And they did provide numbers in their findings. They had short-term, intermediate, and long-term goals. So I thought that everything looked fine under the outcomes. And then for their framework, I thought those also looked good. They just seemed a little short and to the point, but that can be effective sometimes as well.
I think probably I'm looking at outcome data collection table. So they're showing, I guess, the last fiscal year they did bottom line, they built 6 houses. And I think what it's saying, and it may be here, that they're saying 199 families have become homeowners, but it'd probably be great to say, and that and no fault of a lot of this is also challenges for them because they didn't have a chance to do presentations to us. But I'm thinking 199. I'm not quite sure if that's for what time period is that 199 including for long term. That would have been helpful.
That seems, yeah, it does seem to be, overall since the start of their program, but it doesn't specify that.
Yeah.
They actually explain it on top. The first paragraph in that same section, they say 199 families have achieved home ownership through our program model.
Okay.
Helping them to break the cycle. Assuming they still don't tell you the time frame on it, but probably since the inception, it's about 6 houses per year. So it's just, well, I guess to the point. That's the bottom line. Let's see what they say here. Outcome indicators. Okay, that's what they're saying. Okay. All right, any comments on that? And I guess that where it says about the volunteer, I'll get that from the SROI, right, Summer?
Yes.
Okay. When I want to go back and reference it and state it more clearly than what I just did. Okay. I don't know if anywhere did they say that based on the money that they would get from CHSP, what will it purchase? I don't know. Did anybody see that anywhere?
I think I saw 25,000 for staffing, 65 for construction, 40,000 for lot.
So let's go right to the funding request. Okay.
I would like to say though, Pat, and as far as comments go, first of all, they have excellent board diversity across the table. Everything about that, and excellent board participation because they meet a lot and they have a quorum every time, it seems like. But they have, as far as their budget goes, they have a very robust grant writing and fundraising effort that goes on. So I think they've done a great job to make sure they have a diversified funding source. So I didn't say that at the beginning and I should have. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, thank you. No, that's fine. No time like now.
But under their budget request, they're requesting this year 130,000 from CHSP, and they've listed out 25,000 of that is compensation and benefits. They're adding a third staffer to their team, and so that would be part of that $25,000 would go to that staffer's salary. And then other than that, that was the rest of the request was in other, and that is 65,000 for construction and material costs and $40,000 to purchase 4 lots at $10,000 each.
That's pretty much clear. Clearly explain it to you, whether you have the money to give it. Okay.
And they're saying that the additional, they're requesting, the additional funds because they've received additional requests for service. So they're using the funds to meet those requests.
Pat, I had a couple things to add just quickly to the COVID portion. I liked that they were collaborating with other partners to offer the homeowner classes online, and doing some of those things to keep those services going for those people already in the process. And it said that the intake process was continuing just by phone, I'm assuming an email, and that they were looking at virtual sweat equity opportunities for the homeowners who've been approved in the program. So, not only were they prepared and doing well for all the reasons Leanne mentioned, but I think they are being smart about keeping their homeowners engaged and not slowing down the process, of moving toward home ownership.
Did they call it virtual sweat?
Sweat equity.
Sweat equity. Sweat equity.
Mm-hmm. And then you had the homeowner classes, the classes for homeowners that they take. And then the intake process, all that was continuing virtually.
So you want to commend them for collaborative partnerships with folks so that they could do homeowner training? And you said something about intake, but isn't intake done by Habitat itself?
Right. I was just mentioning all the ways they've been able to continue working through COVID. So they were intaking virtually, they were doing the homeowner class virtually, and then looking for sweat equity opportunities that would be virtual.
Okay, I see what you're saying. And then they were doing virtual application process. Thank you.
And I had one addition just up under where we were talking about the board. I liked that they're looking to add a homeowner to the board, and even though that they've already been incorporating them in terms of active committees within their leadership structure. I think that's just to enhance their participation.
Commend for including consumer input. Is that
Where they're actual homeowners already?
Yeah.
they have some of them active on their committees.
Okay.
Looking to add one to their board of directors.
Okay. All right. Let me save and then I'll summarize it to you, okay? We have said Big Bend Habitat Agency overall capacity, excellent. They use excellent strategies to address a critical community need. Good efforts utilizing the profits from the retail store to support the operations of the agency. Excellent board diversity, involvement, and commitment to the agency's mission. Robust grant writing and fundraising efforts. Great collaborative partnerships. And one of them, and I'll look at the application, but you also wanted to note homeowner training and other kinds of resources being addressed by other partners. Commend efforts for them adding for efforts on adding a homeowner on the board. They haven't done so yet, but that is a goal that you commend them for that goal. And you also want to commend them for having being able to include consumer input in committees. The other part is that they demonstrated need, important need being fulfilled by this program, excellent design and meeting the housing. This is probably not, I've already said something like that. Excellent design and meeting the housing needs of low-income families. It sets them up for success. Talk about the reality of the mortgage, the low mortgage and affordability. Excellent involvement and community partnerships that they leverage to address a critical need. Excellent outreach efforts and ability to gain resources such as building supplies. Excellent job demonstrating the SROI, which also, and they also were able to calculate the value of the volunteers, utilization of volunteers, which reduces the cost of the of a housing and makes it affordable, the whole model. Address the safety concerns for volunteers. This will allow them to continue utilizing volunteers in housing constructions in the future. And you also recognize, they say, researching ways to incorporate virtual. They are currently researching ways to incorporate virtual sweat equity, equip opportunities for clients, homeowners, and you also want to commend them for having that virtual application process now, so that it allows them the continuation of services and that they clearly detail and justify the need for CHSP funding. And you also wanted to, because this is based on the increased demand for housing. And here we go, FSU. You guys okay, or do you need a 5-minute?
I'm okay.
Everybody's okay? So we have 2 more agents. Sharon Tree on this team, yeah. So this is FSU. We're almost there, guys. This is the, as you remember, this was the longest part. The difference is that we used to walk around and we used to give you cake and all that kind of stuff at this time of day. We used to directly, right now, Sala and some of those guys and Tiffany would be giving you cake so they could give you a high energy boost for the afternoon and some strawberries and whipped cream.
And chocolate.
Also, and candy. Don't forget all the chocolate candy on the table. Chocolate candy, Coca-Cola. We would be giving you all this stuff so we would have you pumped up so you didn't know you were tired.
We missed our good food this year too.
Huh?
We missed our good food this year too.
All right. So we had all those things that made the day kind of break up and not feel so intensive. I should have Anita come and do some stretch exercises with you every now and then. Make her the health guru of the groups.
We really need to stand up. Yes. It's like a stand-up break.
Yeah, yeah. It's because by the time I did this for 4 days last week, and I went walking afterward, I felt so sore. I don't know if I was stiff because I had sat down for 4 straight days in one spot or what. But I was like, why am I sore? My muscles are sore. Okay, FSU, CCFT clinic.
They need to work on their board for certain. And I know they said that FSU dictates the people that are on the board, but they need to find a way to.
They do. They have an advisory board. Maybe with everything happening now in the world, FSU might just diversify its board of directors. You can still put that in
Be
there.
awesome. Yeah, because if you
That's
put
a
it in
good.
writing, they can show it to, you know,
Yes,
the powers that.
thank you. Thank you.
Twenty 2020, guys, 2020.
And I certainly wanted to just comment, or however we want to include it, just the low cost of service and the quality of service that people can get for the $25 an hour, which private counseling, you're not going to find it for that. You know, just kind of maybe it's the low barrier to entry in terms of their services.
You say $25 per hour, Allison?
That was the low, like you said, a sliding scale, but I think it started at something like $25 an hour for counseling.
It's funny because in the poor world, in the poor people's world, $25 an hour is there.
Maybe that wasn't the bottom.
I mean, no, I mean, I'll just say because I don't know if they that was the average.
It may have been. I just remember them mentioning, because I wrote just down $25 an hour.
Does anybody because we can just put I know they said sliding scale, but I think they were given it's interesting how
they just mentioned that they had the lowest cost per hour because of their sliding fee scale of any of the private counseling services available in the area. And that they've, done things to try to make it easier for people to pay. So cards, payments over the phone, just some of that kind of stuff they mentioned.
Okay.
But I liked, just the makeup of the program or the facility in terms of it being like a good learning opportunity for those students who are being trained in this field. So not only are they learning, but they're also, providing a necessary service. So that program design is really effective, I think.
I guess I'm kind of mixed on that. Does the whole group want to do that? Which program will we do? The group want to do that because it's not really our job to educate interns. CHSP funding is not for that purpose.
Well, no, I was just talking about leveraging that resource because they have students available that are going to be a lower cost, way of providing these critical services than professionals who do this full time, It just seemed like good use of resources to provide a critical service.
Okay. It's about the program design or anything that you'd like to do.
I have a quick question that unfortunately I don't think we got, at least I didn't make notes on it during the meeting. Are they limited because of their being under Florida State University? Are they unable to do fundraising and grant writing?
No, Florida State has called sponsored research. That's all they do is grant writing and resource developments. No, all universities have a entire department devoted to
Okay.
fundraising and grant writing. So no.
So that's why they don't have any
But-
specifically
but-
because it's falling under the university?
The sponsored research, they have to, they have to vet it that's about the priorities of the university itself. Because they sponsor research in the because even for professors, there are professors who go after grants. They just have to get it vetted through sponsored resource.
Right. Because I see, where they were talking
Research
about
is
under
fine.
their fundraising and grant writing activities, it says they've been able to fund it through subsidies from FSU and the service fee revenue, but that they're now looking for additional revenue sources. So they haven't listed any other additional revenue sources. So I'm just assuming, is that because this is the first year they're reaching out to them? So therefore, I don't remember hearing
You
them
almost
address
answered
that.
your question, Leanne, because if they're applying for CHSP grant, that means that they have the ability to apply for grants.
Right. Well, that was my question, was if they do,
You
then
gotta
why
answer your
aren't there
question.
any on here?
Well, because
know,
like Patricia was saying, the university, there's some guidelines that they have to go to. Now, if no one's in that particular department, don't go after a specific grant to fund this particular program, then they could do that through grant writing through their sponsored programs. But someone in the area, because they have all of these professors on, according to what I saw, in this department, is incumbent upon them to actually go out and do that. So it has to be vetted through FSU, but
Well, and from what I heard, it sounded like their current director is new to that position. It sounds like she and the finance guy are working, to diversify these funding sources. She did mention a community assistance fund that $10,000. Now, I don't know if that was something I think that's something they set up, it sounded like, because the goal was for this fund to cover the cost of services for those who couldn't even afford the sliding scale fee schedule.
Well, I'm seeing now as I'm reading farther into this, it says that they recently hired a full-time staff position to handle work associated with grant funding. So it looks like this is just their first foray into it, and that's why there's nothing there, is because they're just now starting. So, okay, that answers my question.
Yeah, and that's the same. I'll put this here because you would say that for any other nonprofit or any other entity if they had no grant writing. It's still whether you decide, the fact remains that there are no grant writing except for listed in the section. They didn't list they could have listed CHSP, but they're outside of CHSP. This is the only grant writing initiative.
I don't know if this goes to program design, but they did mention that they are the primary referrer for the victim advocate at FSU specifically, and I think with TPD. So that, to me, that just shows a critical need that they're filling, they're helping to fill by referring to those services.
And I think the law enforcement have their own advocates. You're familiar with that, right?
They were the top referrer for both the FSU.
So they provide a critical. So they provide a critical. By serving as. Let me make. I got that language. By serving as what was that? The advocacy, or what was that?
They said they were the primary referrer.
Victim advocate. Okay, by serving as the primary referral entity for FSU, and they said Leon County or what sheriff department?
She just said for both the FSU victim advocates, and I don't know if it's TPD or the sheriffs or both, but it sounded like they were the primary referrer to all victim advocate services in Leon County, whether they're at the university or otherwise.
We have no way of knowing that or validating that, do we? Or do we? By serving as a
Looking.
no, we know for sure they would for FSU because they're FSU student services, student service. By serving as a primary referral entity for FSU and law enforcement, they provide a critical, they provide a critical service. Okay. To the community. Okay. All right. Anything else?
Had to do with their COVID response.
Okay.
Just how they work to shift to telehealth, even given the significant training and learning curve that came along with that. And that would allow, they had 20 therapists who are students who had left town, so it would allow them to continue to serve the same number of, or close to the same number of clients, even though people were dispersed due to the pandemic. And they mentioned that mix of in-person versus virtual counseling sessions could continue going forward, so that would just increase their capacity to serve more individuals in the future.
Okay. All right. While we're here, let's look at the program. Okay, we need to look at documentation of need. What kind of documentation of need did they show? Did they do a documentation of need, particularly specific to the community? Okay, because just so you, with the limited funding that we have in CHSP, we do fund TCC, a program and we fund another program at FSU, but we made it that that any resources from CHSP has to go to residents of Leon County. For example, we have a program that means that kid has to be registered as a student in Leon County schools, so you can know, because we had to do that because we were getting solicitation for school university related programs. So we've made a stipulation that they have to be Leon County residents for us to serve those students. Okay. Looking at, what are we looking at now? We're looking at.
They noted that they have not been collecting that data. So a lot of if you're looking at their client demographics, a lot of them are in unknown and they noted that they will start collecting that data, but up until now they have not, because it was not part of anything that they needed previously. So I don't know how you stipulate that for this at this point. It's because they don't have, the data is not available because they weren't collecting it previously.
I'm confused because I'm looking at the client demographic section, and there is, you mean like you mean like you talking about
right.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. I mean,
they made the statement that 60% of their clients are Tallahassee community members, and the other 40% are college students, period, whether they come from any of the universities, not just FSU. So I'm not sure how they know that if we're saying we're collecting that, but so like you said, if they're looking at permanent addresses and they can look at zip codes and see that 60% are in Leon County, permanent addresses, not local addresses.
So how can you know they're Leon County if you don't know their addresses? Allison.
I'm just stating when I was a student, I had a permanent address that was outside of Leon County since I'm not from Leon County originally.
Right.
So if
Right.
they're collecting based off permanent addresses, they would know which ones are Leon County zip codes versus outside zip codes. So I mean, there's got to be some way they're coming up with a 60-40 number of 60% of those served are Leon County residents, like community members, not college students.
Maybe they do have information they've collected saying that, 40% of their clients are college students, and it sounds like they're kind of making an assumption that if they are a college student, then they won't have a Tallahassee zip code, whereas certainly there's plenty of, especially TCC and but FSU and FAMU students as well who might be Tallahassee residents and are college students. But I'm just saying in that 40%, FSU might be making the assumption that, oh, if they're a college student, then they're not from Tallahassee, when they may actually be. So that's just, instead of saying, how are they coming up with this with this number, how do you know, 60% of them are Tallahassee residents? That's my only thought, is maybe they just know, 40% of their client base are students, and they're just making that assumption that they're not from Tallahassee then.
I don't really think it matters where they're originally from, but they are now currently here in Leon County, and maybe that's the way to document that, because the students are here, 4 years out of their life, and they do have a Leon County zip code. So I mean that you can then specify that, okay, these are college students and they're living in Leon County, but I don't know how they came up with the numbers either. I mean, because they do say they serve both FSU, FAMU, and TCC. So we can't make that assumption. Maybe we need to indicate they need to do a little better job of collecting data.
They did note that they were going to be doing that. I mean, so I guess that's just, we're asking them for data that they've just never collected before. So you may maybe just make a note to make sure to include that demographic data going forward.
And I don't know if another note along those lines is that, a statement made during response to a CRT question needs to be supported in the application. So in this case, they said 60% of their clients are Tallahassee community members versus 40% who are college students at any of the combined universities, colleges. But that doesn't sound like it's supported in the application. So just to be consistent in terms of being able to support answers that might be given to a question asked by the CRT or something like that.
Okay, so this is what I put, you can tell me if that's what you're saying. That's what I'm reading. And I know most clinical, I guess I'm a clinician myself, and we've always had to collect extensive records on people that we serve, and we would have their full address. So I just don't understand, and that's my confusion. But that's what I put here. I put here this comment, so you can see if that's correct based on what you were saying and what you see within the application itself.
think the only thing to clarify is that when you say the agency noted it, just maybe during a verbal response to a question by the CRT that wasn't backed up by the application, basically.
Okay, I will do that, clarify that. Okay.
And I had one other note, just kind of giving them props under the COVID stuff, was that they recognized an increase in eating disorder and substance abuse and started the virtual group therapy sessions for those reasons. And so I just, their adaptivity, or adaptability, knowing the need, and finding new ways to meet it, or just identifying a growing need and finding a way to try to get ahead of it in terms of whatever, however it might.
I see what you're saying. And the example you said, eating disorder.
Right. They started virtual group sessions for eating disorders and substance abuse. Two separate virtual group therapy options.
I want to include one thing I noticed in here. They say that we're training the future therapists, and I think that because mental illness is something that we overlook, and the mere fact that they are now training future students, currently students. I don't know how we're going to put that, but commend them on understanding the need to have future trained clinicians to assist in mental health in the future or whatever.
Address current needs. We already did say that they're providing telehealth services, and that is virtual counseling. So I'll just add that to that. But clinical practice is just a part of any clinicians are mandated to do that. I think that's a given. I don't know if it's something exceptional to say. Unless do you guys want me to write that down? That's a commendable.
No, just the mere fact they're training future clinicians. But you don't have to. Just something that I thought was a good idea.
I know. I think it's wonderful, and it is a part of it is an education program that the students pay for. They pay for these hours in practitioner. It has nothing to do with the program designed for clients. That's not we're trying to focus on for the clients. Let me see. Oh, I didn't ask that question. Okay. All right. Anything else? And we did put a comment about students are utilized to reduce the cost for clinical counseling, which makes it more accessible to the general public.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do have that. I should say makes it more accessible. Okay, all right. So we got overall agency capacity, and strongly encourage FSU is concerned that agency not sought additional grant. They've adapted services to address growing needs. I didn't know if you want to add anything to the capacity. Let me just summarize what we have, and you'll tell me if you want to add anything. It's commendable that the agency offers a slide and scale, again, making services slide and scale and utilizing interns makes it more accessible to the general public. Students are utilized to reduce the cost for clinical counseling. Again, I just said that. by serving as the primary referral entity for FSU and local, I guess, law enforcement. I don't know, is it local law enforcement or FSU law enforcement?
It was both, from what I
Okay.
understood, specifically to victim advocate service.
Okay. Should I say, let me just say victim advocacy so I can kind of remind myself if I need to add that language in there. They provide a critical service. Currently, they acknowledge that they do not collect zip code data to determine where clients live. Although the agency noted that 60% of clients are Leon County residents and 40% are students, there's no data provided to substantiate that fact. Impact, it is encouraging that the agency has transitioned its service delivery model to telehealth. This methodology may allow them to increase their capacity in the future. And CHSP funding requests, that's the only thing we haven't done is their funding requests. So we need to look at that. How many people did they say they would serve? Does anybody remember did they for next year? If somebody could look up how many people did they say last year? They say they served 448 folks. Let's see what the age range are. It really goes. It's very varied. That's something that they do serve a diverse age range. Just so you guys to note that. Let's see what are we looking at. We're looking at how many people are they proposing to serve? Because I think with a new program we need to look at that, and then we need to look at, let's see if they have any outcome data. Did they put anything out? They're not required to fill this out, so there's no zing on them because they didn't fill it out.
They did have some detailed outcome data.
That's what I was gonna say. They didn't have obviously a data table because this would be the first year of the program, but they have a very detailed framework for what it would look like going forward.
For what they're proposing to do.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at that. Okay. So it should say how many people they plan on serving. Short-term outcome will be to enroll.
In section 1.4 on page 21 of the PDF, they say that they serve approximately 400 to 500 clients per year. I don't know if they put that in that other data, but it does say 400 to 500 clients per year.
And we would
see on the
Define client as it could be family of 5 that's on the phone with the counselor. So, I mean, that's just, could be households, you know, it could be more people. But that's just how they define client.
And they do say in their intermediate and long-term goals, they say, 80% of their clients. So it says between 320 to 400 clients. So that is in the intermediate and long-term goals.
Their application also says they have a waiting list of 100 people already. So it sounds like they're not going to be at any shortage of people to serve.
and that's the part where okay, so they only have short-term outcome. They have short-term and intermediate. Is there a long-term outcome? Short-term and intermediate outcomes. There are no long-term outcomes.
There are on section 1.7 for the
Framework. I don't see it.
for the measurement framework.
You see a long term?
Yeah, there's a short term, intermediate, a long term, and then a second short term goal.
Oh, I see the long term. So the long term outcome. Okay, there it is. All right. So now we know they're saying they'll serve. I'm not sure if if there are a waiting list. I guess the thing is we don't know who's on that waiting list. But if they're saying that they will serve 10 clients in the first year through the Community Assistance Fund, I'm assuming they're talking about, well, they would have to be talking about county residents.
And that fund was a separate thing to be able to completely underwrite the cost of therapy for those patients.
Okay, and so they're asking 33,000 to serve 10 patients, 10 clients.
No, I don't think so, because their cost per client wasn't that high.
They in their they that they will serve 10 clients from this in their measurement framework. I'm not looking at the cost per client rate. I'm looking what they say that they will do with CHSP funding. They're saying in the measurement framework that they will serve 10 clients in 2021, and they're asking for 33,000, almost 34,000. That's according to what's in the application itself. So if you look at the
I think the 10 clients is just specifically through that community assistance fund, though.
Exactly, which is what the 34,000 is, the community assistance fund. Isn't that what they're asking, the 34,000 to create a community assistance fund, or do they have a community assistance fund separate from CHSP?
Sounded like they already have one that was funded with $10,000 to start.
They do? Is that in the application? Where's that at? So we can see it. Does anybody else have that note?
From the actual conversation with them.
So they say they already have 10,000 in the community assistance fund. Did anyone else hear that?
I know I heard something about it. I just didn't make a note what it said specifically.
I think Corbin, was that his name? He just mentioned what they currently had in the fund and the newer fund that was set up to completely underwrite the cost of their services for low-income individuals. And just I think he was just demonstrating like a variety of funding sources that they're trying to seek to help justify the need for this as just one aspect of their funding. But it says part of the $230 for compensation and benefits for the program. It said it would underwrite like 15% of the director's time, and then the administrative assistant's time for intake scheduling, and then their applications that come in for community assistance funds. So from individuals who seek funding through that source. So it was more like the administration of that, of doling out assistance through that fund. Some of the CHSP funds would cover the cost of those FTEs or portions of it to be able to do that. Because the rest of the funding was for parking spaces for clients at the clinic, purchasing those through FSU, and then the training for the PhD students, 5,000 for fall and 5,000 for spring.
Okay. Any comment you want to make on the CHS, the funding request? I guess they're asking for 10. Any comments about the CHSP request? Because there are $10,000 for training of the PhD students. And I guess you'll make, when you make the funding decision, you're going to have to just make those decisions. So let's move on. Any comment about that? Because in essence, a student pays for tuition for their class and internship. Just something to think about. So any comment about the CHSP funding requests?
Sometimes that sounds like stipends for students. Is that, they didn't say that, but what does that mean?
They specifically had it under training, and so I specifically asked, what does that cover? Because that seemed kind of high to me. But they just said that they already are, because I said, are there ways you can reduce those costs by doing more virtual training? And they said they already have a mix of virtual and in-person training that all PhD grad students do. They said 75% were, and they're already, something about 75% were teleconference virtual style trainings, and then 25 in-person sessions. But I didn't get a great understanding of what that covers in terms of training. But I would think for some students, I mean, yes, they pay tuition, but if this is above and beyond that in terms of necessary training to participate in this program, then maybe they're trying to underwrite the cost of that for those students. I'm not really sure. Because I did ask the question trying to understand a little better about why the cost was so high, but I don't know that I captured in my notes the answer very well. I don't know if anybody else got more detailed notes.
Just based on what she just said, though, maybe we can say it need to be more clarification to what they want to use it for and what the $10,000. I mean, that's just for student training. Maybe we need more clarification to how the funds will be used as far as student training. I don't. Overall.
Okay. Any other comments about requests? We got to move because we still got one more agency, right? Yeah. You're ready to move to the next agency? We kind of need to, but we can go back if you think of something that you want to put in there that you want to clarify. And so that we can start getting into the money part. We should be paying y'all for all this work today. I declare. That's why at least we used to feel better if we could feed you, do something for you, you know. But I appreciate you guys because I know this is not an easy job. I'm tired and I'm being paid to do it, so I can only imagine how you feel. So thank you guys so much. It's a lot to look at. It's a lot of different parts you got to kind of evaluate and put down so that when you make your funding decisions that you are clear about what you're paying for as best you can, under the circumstances. Okay, we'll go ahead and do Sharon Tree. That's the last one on the list, I believe, right, Madam Chairperson?
Correct.
All right, I'm ready for your comments. So just go ahead and.
I wanted to start by commending their board and their leadership. It's incredible that they've met once a week throughout this stuff and kept things going. And even for the portion that we had in our meeting with them last week, to have 2 board members be able to step in seamlessly for the executive director because she was running one of their programs. I felt like there's great, a great symbiotic relationship between their leadership team to be able to do that. And I didn't feel like we were missing anything by having only board representation there versus also having staff. So I think they've clearly demonstrated passion for the program and an understanding of, their roles, but how they can, and then stepping up just when, because I know I don't know if they have anybody but one staff member. So.
saying the COVID-19 crisis for them was, it was quick and it was effective and it was spot on to their goals and missions. The virtual, where they're doing the hybrid in-person virtual summer camps where there's a box of supplies for the students who can't be there, the buy a box, give a box thing, their Founding 50 fundraising, everything that they've done has been very directed and appropriate to their client base and to, it's impressive.
And I think along those lines, their fundraising, some of the things they mentioned, they're just demonstrating how they're going to CHSP funds should they be awarded, because they're not asking us to underwrite the whole program. They have plans for how to do a lot of it or leverage it for matching and those sorts of things. And I think they're very creative in how they fundraise, and they have a good understanding of the limitations of any one funding source and how it's never going to be enough to underwrite an entire program. And so they've been smart to think about how they develop their request.
I noticed
I'm looking at fundraising. You guys said, I'm sorry, I was trying to get I'm looking at their application. The application is saying that unless I'm looking at the wrong agency, it's saying that they have no fundraising or grant writing activities reported for this fiscal year.
What she had said that was what the board member brought up, because I asked her about that because there wasn't anything there. She said they did one of the PPE grants with the city and county for $2,500 that they had started because they were not able to do any other fundraising right now. They had started what she was calling a Founding 50, which was businesses giving $1,000 each, and that they had started that fundraising outreach program. And the buy a box, give a box donations of art supplies, where if you bought a box of art supplies for them, it included a donation of art supplies. So they had done some that wasn't listed there, and I don't know when they started those, but she did indicate that they were doing those.
There was one they mentioned called Can't Give a $5, and it was a $5 donation. So
the other one, I wrote down $5, but she was going so fast I didn't get to write down what that meant. I just had $5 written down.
I can tell you the same application when they knew during the COVID virus crisis. So therefore, we have to treat them the same.
a question on it's 34% administrative costs is a little high, right?
Okay, what was that, Ms. Gwen?
The administrative costs, I think it said it was 34% on the first page there.
It did. So they got
I wanted to offer an explanation there, but
yeah, that's what they say.
I have another budget question once that one.
So do you want me to put a comment? And it may be, I noticed they're saying that the ED does some of the direct work, so she probably could have offset some of her salary to direct services maybe. But okay.
I don't know how to address that, but I think we should mention it.
Okay. All right.
To tag on to that though, I guess when I was thinking about that question, I was wondering if it had to do with the fact that they receive so much of their actual materials by donations, and so their actual cost outlays, like hard costs, are administrative. But if that's the case, they need to just explain it, because I could see how that would make their administrative costs higher, just because they physically aren't buying supplies to administer the program. But I just wondered if that was the case, just to ask them to explain it. So just explain that. But my question was, when we were talking about the part about them not seeking other funding sources for this, I mean, they've only asked for, like this whole program, it says the budget is 120,000, and they didn't ask for like what, 13,000 from CHSP. So it seems like they're not relying solely on CHSP funding, even if. Am I reading that wrong in terms of what they have in their application?
In the budget, let's see if you look at the proposed year. No, look like you're right. We'll just look at the proposed worksheet. And yeah, you're right. It's 13,000. Most of their funding is coming from program service fees. So I'm looking at the budget is 78,000 in program service fees. And then they got miscellaneous. Facility rental, art supply store donations. So yeah, so they've done their own way of raising funds to sustain themselves.
I guess my question was, should we ding them for not having broad enough resources for this program when they're only asking for less than right around 10% of the total program cost? I mean, you're not really dinging consistent with others, but I don't know that they're asking us for something that others haven't.
I think you're fine. I mean, you're not dinging them the fact that they don't have any fundraising reported in their application. That's just a fact. It doesn't mean you don't fund them. If you look,
I'm saying, like, did they have to talk about specific grants or other fundraising for this particular portion of the program? If they're saying we're only asking for $13,000 of $120,000 budget.
We look at every nonprofit and determine if they're doing any fundraising. That's just a standard, practice of nonprofits that are well managed. It's just a fact that because last year too, there's no fundraising. The fiscal year, they're saying that the agency had zero budget. I don't know how long I don't know. I don't know this organization, but I'm looking at the last year. They're saying last fiscal year they had no revenue whatsoever in this agency. That's what it's stating. The budget worksheet has all zeros. Does that make sense? Sounds like a couple you might know this agency already. I don't. And they're saying that, and then they're saying current year.
Because they checked off saying this is a new program this year.
New program.
Yeah. No, the budget worksheet.
Program previous year.
No, the budget worksheet is the entire agency's budget. The budget worksheet says that the agency had a zero budget last year. The budget worksheet is zero for last year. That's the agency and the program. That's everything. That's the agency wide. The budget worksheets, right? And so there's zeros for the entire agency last year.
Maybe
looking at their
include that note, how you often do, saying to seek assistance from CHSP staff, because know if that was intentional or unintentional to have left that information out. So.
Right. And so proposed budget. Okay. And then current. All right. Anything else you want to add? Let's see, we haven't said a thing about the program. You guys haven't given a single comment about the program. As far as the program, what human service, social services need is the program addressing? Can you guys, you have probably know this application better than I. Can you tell me what social service, human services need that the program is proposing to respond to? CHSP is for human services, social services that deal with the community needs. That's why we have to go back and so documentation of need. Can you tell? Can you tell the group what is the documentation documented needs, community needs that the program is addressing?
Say that they're focused toward underserved populations nearest to them in Title I schools. And so they're serve these children and families with authentic art and STEAM education opportunities, including the camps, classes, art boxes. They've worked with the school district for more than a decade to know there's a need, and then this particular program, it sounds like, I mean, now they're having to offer sort of a hybrid, but the activities for STEAM.
Okay. Do you have data there? Is there local data? Let's see. That's a target population, saying underserved populations.
I mean, it talks about who some of the resources are they're coordinating with, the Greater Bond community, Representative Osley,
Okay.
County School, City of Tallahassee, and they
Yeah.
said that they kind of had a blueprint for this program post Hurricane Michael, seeing how it serves parent or the mental health and education and those sorts of things of families post that.
Are we in the application, or Alice, or you're quoting what was stated?
I'm in the application.
Okay. I'm reading that, and maybe another, I'm just asking you guys to look when we if you look at what it says that needs to be included in documentation of need, if you see B, documentation of need, it talks about data, qualitative, quantitative data. Maybe I miss it. I don't, tell me where the data is.
There's some I'm on page 24 of the PDF. It talks about the number of students served through the field trips and events they do, birthday parties for families, adult art.
You realize those are the activities that the program does.
Well, it says certain ones say 20 to 75 students at a time. So those happen 5 to 6 times a year per month.
Right.
20 families at each party, 8 to 10 per month, so they didn't, they've left some of the math for us to do, but they've provided the metric.
Yeah.
Those are activities.
Yeah, it sounds like a social group for students to relieve stress, but other than that, I don't see where it shows that it's. What else does it document?
Well, they're using the same STEAM activities for these things, whether it's a field trip or a family birthday party or a preschool class or after school class. They just offer these different categories of services with similar activities for STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, art, and math.
Also host a sensory Sunday for special needs children. That's listed as one of their special needs populations.
Yeah. So we can talk about the services, and that's good too. So do you want to talk about, you feel like the services are comprehensive? Because that's what you've been quoting so far, have been the services and how many kids that they impact. So it sounds like, so you appreciate that a program comprehensive services and impacts I don't know how many people they say they serve. Let's see.
Over 75,000.
And impacts a significant portion of the population, including special needs children, right?
That's what their, yeah, because it says under their target population on page 20, aims focused to underserved populations in Title I schools, but has also worked with the farther up in the application, they talk about their Sensory Sunday program, which works with autistic children.
Okay, and including autistic children. We'll just say, okay. All right, so I put that one about the services. So since about the services, since you guys were given a lot of examples of the types of services and that they impact. How about we look at outcomes now for the program outcomes? Program outcomes. And they say they're not required, so they did not, and they weren't required if they're a new program. So we need to look at the framework. There's nothing in outcomes at all, and there's no SROI data. They're saying that's okay.
The main thing I noticed about the framework is they don't have any numbers in their outcome measurements. So it says the short-term, intermediate, and long-term goals, like it kind of lists them over and over again, but it doesn't list any, actual numbers for what they're looking to try to do.
I don't know their outcome indicators. They're so it talks about
in that framework. I think they had it in the narrative a little bit in terms of how many people they typically serve through these different aspects of their program.
I think,
yeah, and I don't know if it's like this is a new program as far as baseline. They don't have anything, so these are the things they're going to be looking at, and they would serve as the baseline for future years. The first year collecting all the data.
they probably need assistance on this section, but I think we already said that earlier. Because this is saying that how many children, intermediate outcome indicator, how many students are helped and provided with free to low cost after school, how many families and children benefit from our off and on-site program. Do they have an after school program? This is saying free. How many students are helped and provided with free to low cost after school? Oh, they don't say program. How many students are helped and provided with free to low cost after school? Do they provide after school in the program description? After school program, and then it says the sharing tree would measure how many visitors we have on site as well as how many recipients of after school programs are helped both on and off site. Okay.
They provide classes and activities for after school programs.
For the after school
partner with like 10 through 21 or whatever.
The program company. Okay. The program provides comprehensive services and impacts a significant portion of the population, school and special needs children, and probably Title I schools. You think that's the after school component?
Because they said Title I schools, and there's also on page 24, it says after school classes happens twice per week for 2 hours each.
Okay, including special needs children and providing after school support. I'm thinking to Title I schools. Is that you think? Is that correct?
Is they come and do classes or activities at existing after school, but they also host their own after school activities at their facility.
Okay.
So they kind of do both.
Field trips.
And providing
After school classes that are $10 per student.
Okay. So I'll just keep it like that. Also provide after school classes.
It also says they have field trips 5 to 6 times per month, serving 20 to 75 students at a time.
And field trips. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I think let's see what we said so far and see if you need to say anything else. You commend the board for meeting weekly to address the needs of the agency. The board members demonstrated a great passion and knowledge, extensive knowledge of the agency, which was exhibited by them actually being able to do the presentation. The agency reported no grant writing or fundraising for the current fiscal year. However, since the crisis, they are reporting that they're now soliciting in-kind donations such as art supplies, as well as pursuing other grant opportunities. It is concerning that the agency's overall administrative overhead is 34% of the agency's entire budget. When completing the CHSP application, please seek assistance from CHSP staff. And as far as the program design, the section regarding documentation of need does not include qualitative or quantitative data that substantiate the specific community needs being addressed by the program, which I think they can. I think it's just that this is their first time filling out this application. Appreciate that the program provides comprehensive services and impact a significant portion of the population, including special needs children and Title I school. And they also provide after-school classes and field trips throughout the year. I think that's right, throughout the year. And then you give them kudos for, which is amazing that they were able to quickly respond to the crisis by now conducting hybrid virtual services classes. And I remember her describing where a few kids would be in a classroom and then other kids can actually watch and enter and kind of have an interactive approach to arts and involvement. A lot of kids are at home right now, who are at home and unable to go to school. So I will make that richer because I understand what they were saying. And you basically say that they provide and I guess I started putting here, but just again, you felt like they implemented creative responsive to being able to continue to provide their services ongoing and address and help and give services to children while they're homebound. And that's it. And I think that we didn't say we started about the CHSP funding request, but I don't think we got to it. But it looks like this is rent. They want $7,600 of rent. And like you said, you wanted to say that the agency is requesting a small portion of CHSP funding to supplement their overall budget, something like that. Okay. That's it. Anything, do you want me to change any of the comments here, or do you want me to add anything? We're ready to do our rankings. Everybody worn out? Do you want me to send these comments to you so when you start doing your rankings or your funding allocation, you can reference the comments? We'll go ahead and I'll send them to Virginia and she'll send them to you.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll do that right now. And again, if you see something you want me to change, just tell me, no problem. I will change anything you need me to change. Okay, and I'm gonna unsave this. I think Sala, have you already sent everyone the ranking sheets?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys are familiar with ranking by priority 1 through, how many programs on this team?
13.
So 1 being the most, you think the most important program to address the current needs of the community, and 13 being the least important. And then I'm gonna unshare this so that Sala can put up the ranking. Okay. Well, that was a long one. This is the
A 5-minute break.
Let me close myself so I'm not making a lot of noise to you.
I just need 2 minutes.
Oh, there. Yeah, we'll take a few minutes to let everyone finish the ranking, and then Sala will record the rankings after this. You are on, Sala, okay?
Okay.
If you could go straight go down the line. So start from helpline to living sober to going down to Big Bend homeless construction. That way, that would make it easier for Sala.
Okay. I'm going to read them out to you so I make sure I have them in the right order.
Thank you.
211 Big Bend, I ranked number 1. A Life Recovery Center, number 11. Big Bend Habitat for Humanity, number 3. Capital Area Community Action, 13. Divine Revelations Ministry, 9. Florida State University, 10. Pro Bono Legal Services, 7. Thunderdome, 8. Legal Services of North Florida, 2. Lutheran Social Services, 6. Refuge House 24 Hour, 4, Refuge House Invest 5, and the Sharing Tree 12.
I can go next if you'd like. Sure. Okay, I've got 211 is 1. Living Sober 12. Habitat 7. Capital Area 11. Divine Revelations, I think that's the wrong program name. I think that's the old one, but just I have 13. FSU 9. Pro Bono 5. And Thunderdome 6. Legal Services 4. Lutheran Services 8. Refuge House 2 and 3. Sharing Tree 10.
I can go next. Big Ben 2112. Living Sober 9. Habitat 1. Capital Area Community Action 8. Divine Ministry 10. FSU 11. Pro Bono 6. Thunderdome 7. Legal Services 5. Lutheran Services 12. Refuge House 3 and 4. And 13 for the last. Next.
Oh, I can go ahead and go.
Yes.
Okay. A Life 4. Big Ben 1. Capital Area 2. Divine Revelations.
Janetta,
Yes.
hold on for a second, Sala, because I just want to make sure that we got them correctly. So is this correct? Column F so far, Janetta?
Yes.
That's correct, Janetta.
Big Ben was 1. Okay. Yes, it's right.
And then a life recovery was what number?
4.
Okay. Yeah, I thought we had heard you wrong.
Capital Area 2.
What was Habitat?
She's not going straight down the line, Sala, so you need to just listen to the name of the program. Did you say Habitat was 2, Janetta?
I said there were 1.
You already said that helpline 2 and 1 was a 1.
I'm sorry.
So you want us to do Summer, and you have a couple minutes to reflect. So just wipe those out, Sala, so that we can, and then allow Summer to give you her ratings.
Okay. I'm gonna do it.
You ready? Okay, so let's see. Looks like that. Is it that top one? Is that the 211 Big Ben?
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the top one, then that's my number 1. A Life Recovery I had as number 9. Big Ten Habitat, I have as number 3. Capital Area, I have as number 13. Divine Revelations is number 10. FSU, I have as number 6. Pro Bono, I have as number 7. Thunderdome, I have as number 11. Legal Services, I have as number 8. Lutheran Social Services, I have as number 4. 24-hour hotline is number 2. Invest is number 5. And Sharing Tree is 12.
So Janetta, are you ready?
Yeah.
You ready? Okay. And call out the name of the program. And Sala, please listen to the name of the program to make sure we put the right score in the right place, please.
Hello?
I couldn't hear you. Were you saying something? Oh,
Can you hear me?
now I can hear you.
No. Okay. I have Big Ben was 1.
Big Ben was 1, 2-on-1 Big Ben?
2-on-1,
Okay.
yes. Capital Area Community is 2. Divine Revelations, 3. A Life Recovery Center is 4. Habitat is 5. 6. Legal Aid, 7.
1. Which one in legal aid? Which program?
The one right there. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Let me see. Thunderdome. Okay. And Pro Bono is 9. Okay. And
was
then
9. Thunderdome was what?
6.
Thunderdome is 8, and the Pro Bono is 9. Okay.
Okay.
Legal Services is 7. Lutheran is 10. FSU 11. Refuge House was 12.
Which one?
The Crisis. Sharing Tree was 13. And then the other Refuge House was 14.
There were 13 programs. There were only 13 programs, and I think you missed. Did you miss the
This
number?
one?
Number six.
Yeah.
You didn't assign a number
What
six.
did I miss?
Six.
Number 6, there's no number 6 here.
So I have 2 number 6s, is what you're saying?
Maybe six.
No, which one was number 6? I didn't hear a number 6.
Hmm. Number 6 was for the, you put 6 there.
Is that it? You're okay with that? Okay.
Yes.
Solid, we have 2 3s. Do we skip a 4?
This is 4, right?
We have 2 3s. We have, and Anita, if you could help me out, remember this, if when there's a tie, yeah, we skip 4.
Okay. Sorry. This is all for now. Is that right?
Let's take a look at that, everyone, to make sure it accurately reflects your group. 1 is meaning the highest ranked program, and here you have ties. So number 12 will be the lowest ranked programs. So the lower the number is, the ranking should be the number 1. So number 1 is, let's just kind of look at this just to make sure. So number 1 ranked program is Helpline 201. Number 2 ranked program is 19, that's our Habitat. Number 3 is Refuge House. Both programs scored the same, so there are 2 3s here. 23 is the score. Number 5 ranked program, therefore, is where's 5? Is 26, and that's Legal Services of North Florida. Then number 6, the next highest number would be Pro Bono, number 6. And then Thunderdome is number 7 at 40. Number 8.
There's 2 7s, yeah.
There's 2 7, so that's a 7. And the computer refurbished program is a number 7, which means we skip to 9. And number 9 is Divine. Number 9 is Divine Revelations, and therefore number 10.
And the life recovery.
There's 2 9s.
There's 2 9s as well.
Yes.
So those are tied, and you got a lot of time. And then you have number 10, so 11 would be getting ahead. The last ranked program is the Sharing Tree. Okay, so thank you so much, and now we'll.
Since we had a tie at 11.
Yes, that would be 13, the Sharing Tree.
No, there is no 13 because you have 2 11s. You skip the 12 and you skip. Yeah, you're right. Well, yeah, that's right. You're right. Absolutely right. Thank you. And
Is
she'll,
this document, is it part of the public record? I only ask because there are a couple of program names that aren't right for this year's funding.
yes, it is, but we'll make sure that by the time I turn this into a public document, we will go through it and comb it. Some of the agencies apparently, and I'll go back in there and match it because I actually did the schedule. So Sala, if you could synchronize and look at the CHSP site review schedule, because I actually took those names directly out of the CHSP portal. Because some of the agencies did change, they revised the program name, some of them.
Yeah, some of them are different, yes.
So we'll make sure that Sala will make sure that she does that.
Okay. I thought we had the current names on here, but we don't.
We don't.
Because I have some of these have the old name, like in life recovery.
Right.
We had, okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah,
So
it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just go back and take another look at every team and go and compare it to the CHSP portal. So it's 100% accurate. Madam Chair, I'm going to give you, I'm going to give an overview, and then I'm going to turn this other process over to you regarding determining allocations, but I just want to give you some basic information. As you can see, the current allocation on this team is $273,000, $116. And they're requesting over $760,000, but what you actually have on this team to allocate is $287,000, which represents about a $14,000 increase as far as compared to last year. And with that, what I would recommend is that you start funding from the point of number one ranked program and then go down, and then until you guys get comfortable with the allocations. And so as a team leader, you will be basically managing and facilitating your group's decision-making process regarding allocations for each of these programs. Okay? And with that, I will step back.
Yeah, team. One question before you leave. We don't have designations like we usually do. No, that's good.
No.
Yes, I guess that's a good thing. Since we received what we have, maybe we're a third of what we need to allocate team. So let's look at what they asked for and let someone make a recommendation. I can take that from the floor. We'll start with the first one, Helpline 211. And y'all can weigh in the way you, so we're going to deliberate and keep in mind that the team have to be comfortable with whatever numbers we recommend, and we have to come to a consensus for that. And so that's the only way that this will work, that everybody agree to whatever amount we decide to allocate each agency along with their programs as well. So who wants to start? Any recommendations?
Why don't we just start with fully funding them since they're our number one?
Okay, you understand that takes, you only have 200 and how many? Scroll down to the bottom, please. We only have $287,000 to allocate. So if we give them 147,000, then that doesn't leave very much for the rest.
You just said throw out a number, so I threw out a number to start with because
That's
nobody said
okay.
anything. So
Okay.
it doesn't matter to me. You can.
They're asking you for level funding.
Yes.
I agree with funding them the full amount they requested, since it's flat year over year, and they were number one.
Anyone else?
Is that it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So next, number 2. Is Big Bend Habitat is 130,000 they're requesting. as number 2?
Recommendation is 50 because that covers the cost of the lots and some of their expenses. And if we fund them fully, we've given up the rest of our dollars, and it's not their fault, but I don't think we can fully fund them even at number 2.
Anyone else have a recommendation?
I agree.
Everyone agree at 50?
Is this going to be like the final number for them, or can we kind of go back and forth once we see?
I suggest yes, but you can make if you don't think 50 is not, we can compromise with, what number do you have?
I'm fine with 50 for now, just until we can get to see what all the other kind of amounts are going to be. Like, I don't know that I'm completely comfortable funding 211 Big Bend, all the way. If that needs to be my final number right now, then I need to speak up about that. But if we
It's
can
just
play
a
with
starting
them,
point.
okay, if
Yes.
it's the starting point,
Yeah.
then I'm fine with 50.
Yes. Okay, let's put 50 there. You have 2 number 3s. The first one is work asking for $56,035, and the next one is $55,110. So what do you recommend as number 3?
I would recommend both of those being level funding. So 37,000 for the first and 44,190 for the second for now.
Okay, anyone else? Let's start there. We're down to $8,384. And we still have 6, 7 more to go. What's the next one? Number 5, okay. What say you?
Can we maybe drop the first one down to 100,000 and then see where that gets us?
Well, we're gonna have to.
But don't we go ahead and just put in all of our recommendations line by line, see how much we're over, and then
We're gonna be over quite a bit. Yeah, at this point, we only have 8,000 to go. So let's go ahead and put in what you feel. Let's go to the next. Go back to 3. But we know we have to reduce all of them. No, go to the next one. We already know what that is. Go to the next one. Legal services. What about 10?
I was gonna say keep that one level with what they got last year, but if we want to say 10, that's fine too.
That's everybody's gonna have a say. So anybody else want level funding?
I'd recommend level, and then we figure out where to adjust later on.
16.5. Number 7. Is it another 6? I'm sorry. Can you make that any bigger?
Hey, Virginia. Is Virginia there? Is that bigger?
That's better. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Pro bono is number 6, and they're asking for 5. Is that level funding there? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thunderdome didn't have anything from last year. Do we have to, if they're new programs, do we have to fund them? But it's a number.
You don't have to fund any program. I just have to keep in mind that I guess a lot of these programs are fighting just to sustain themselves this year. So just to keep that in mind.
Can we put 5 there?
It's challenging.
It is.
Did you say 5?
Yes.
Okay. Level funding for them. We've agreed they do a lot with a little.
That's number 9. What say you? 5?
I was going to suggest 5 as well.
Summer, do you agree with that? Okay.
And what about the divine ministry? 5 there?
I mean, I'm not sure I'd recommend anything yet, but if I did, I would say more like 2,500 or 3,000 because I think they have a lot of expenses they could get in kind.
What about the rest of the team?
I agree with that as well.
2,500?
Yeah.
I would like to give them more than 2,500 myself.
What do you recommend?
I don't know, like 3,000, at least 3,000.
Okay. Put in 3. Is that the next one?
Yeah. There were 2 9s.
Okay. Wow. What do we recommend, ladies? There's 2 11s. So you have one asking for 84,000. That's the one for capital area getting ahead, and then you have FSU. So someone give me a recommendation for capital area community action.
I have a hesitation with this one because it's only 15 people. They're classes of 15, whereas some of our other agencies are serving a lot more people.
More people, yeah.
So this one, I would hesitate to not fund them at all, but I hesitate with this particular program because it doesn't serve a large population.
At that cost, yes.
Right. And I don't know how much we give them that is actually useful. So I don't know. I have heartburn on this one.
Anyone have a problem with 0?
My only concern with 0 is that I would want to fund the other 11, number 11 at least some, and I don't know if we can. I would be comfortable with something like 3,000 because I do think the costs are inflated per participant, and I think it's 2 sessions of 15, so 30 people a year, which still isn't large, but
yeah. Can
I would say they could do 30 people at $3,000.
Let me interject something because we need to make some really good sound decisions at a time when the community is really hurting. Small amounts of money that can't purchase anything that they ask you for, like a staff position, etc. It's almost like throwing money away. If you are planning on taking it from programs that are already existing, that are already providing services to the community, better well spent trying to secure and stabilize those programs than trying to spread money, little bitty pots of money that can't do anyone any good, but could destabilize all of the programs on this team. So be very wise thinking, because this is a time. Remember, we are subject to appeals. And based on the comments that you wrote about these programs yourselves, this is a public record. Can it substantiate your decision making? So be very careful and thoughtful, please. would be in an ideal world, it would be great, but you can't fund what you don't have. If you don't have the money to secure and give people the amount of money that they can actually do something substantial with, then you have to question, why are you doing it?
I need to hear from the other team members on this one. What you recommended was go ahead.
I also struggle with 0, but just looking back over their budget a little bit, basically $3,500 would cover basically like their printing and supplies costs. So something like that, $3,500. And I know that's not doing a lot for them, but that would at least be able to check something off of their list. But I'm also a lot less experienced in this than all of you are, so I would kind of defer to your experience there with what you think.
Since you looked at that, could you look to see what they indicated as essential? Because they did have to identify what that is.
It says if they don't get the full request, they'll reduce the number of participants in the getting ahead classes or reduce the classes from 2 to 1. One getting ahead class would incur a cost of $29,217.
29 what?
$29,217.
Oh, wow. Okay. Let's try that because we know we're going to have to reduce. I know someone else give a recommendation, please, ladies. Thank you.
I'm just hesitant to fund this one at the moment because I don't know what a small amount of money would actually do for the program.
Well, they said essential was like 29,000 to get one program going.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why I just don't know that unless we're prepared to give them $29,000, I don't know that this. And also, while I agree that I'm not trying to diminish any of these programs by any means, but because we have to make some hard decisions here, while I agree that the education aspect is vitally important, some of these other programs are providing direct services that, so I don't know that I would fund this one right now.
Let's move to the next 11 then, which is FSU couples. So what do y'all think there?
I think given the how they broke out their budget, to make any impact, we'd have to give it at least, I think it was 3,000, and that would only cover parking spaces for clients, which I know is difficult on campus, but I would be okay for a similar reason not funding either 11.
I agree. Let's put 0 there for both of those. What's the next one? The last one?
I have to say 0 for that.
I would say 0 for that as well. So we over $34,000?
Yeah, 34,116.
That is not bad, ladies. We can go back and now decide where you want to reduce that.
I might recommend taking Habitat down to 40, and then the difference, the 24,000 that remains coming out of 211.
I would agree because that would still give Habitat the ability to buy the 4 lots because they wanted 4 lots at 10,000 each. So that would at least give them something to purchase the property.
Anyone object to that?
I can tell you there will be an appeal because I'm just being honest with you. If you take funding from 211 and that's your number ranked program, to fund a number 9 ranked program where you had a lot of comments that were not necessarily positive
No,
comments. You need to realize that that is open. It opens the process up for an appeals. Just to let you
I
know.
want 50 to stay there. I think we should take something from number one. Because everyone can't have flat funding.
We take them to 140.
Do you want Habitat to be 40 or 50? I wasn't sure.
You're going to have to go more than to 140, less than 140 for that.
Given the logic of having to fund one over others, should we remove the 3,000 from number 9 as a start anyway?
What would that 3,000? What would that 3,000 do for them?
Let's see.
I think it would cover about 3/4 of their cost of facility rentals. If I remember the numbers correctly.
Do we have a number 10? Do we not have a 10?
No,
Two
because
nines,
there were
2 11s and 2 9s.
Yeah.
Okay. What did we fund our other 9 at?
5,000.
Hmm.
But they were a previously funded program, whereas Divine Revelations was
Was
not.
not.
For Divine Revelations, it's saying, if what are the most essential funds. It says a couple things, such as printing of handbooks and workbooks, which we've already suggested that they get donated. But they do have a cost here for materials and supplies for $27.95. So 3,000 would help them cover that at least. And then it also says a $300 fee for equipment. So between those two things, we'd be, covering most of what their most essential funding needs are, whereas we can hope that they can get, like we said, that printing and stuff donated, and then that would just leave for them. They also said their other essential funding would be for the location fees, but that's at $4,000, so there's not really a lot we can do there.
So what are you recommending? What, 3 as well? You said 3.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. I was saying that about Divine Revelations. I wasn't saying that about a life recovery. I can look theirs up real quick, though.
We have them, yeah, Divine Revelation, we have it 3. So is that something you're trying to say lower?
I was saying to keep that at 3 rather than taking that from them altogether.
Right. What about life recovery?
Let's see. Well, they're saying their most essential funding needs are the executive director at $30,000 per year and a half-time counselor at $9,000.
So basically, whatever we're giving them isn't really helping.
Correct.
And I think we've had a lot of concerns expressed that have been expressed multiple funding periods before and haven't been addressed yet. So I would personally, I think, be comfortable if we're either reducing them equal to the other number 9 or removing funding from both number 9.
Do they even have an executive director right now?
No, they're hiring. They had one that left quickly,
Okay.
so they're hiring, I believe.
That's
I
only,
would.
go ahead.
I would zero them out because I don't know how that small amount of money helps them. If it was for salaries, I just don't think that that's an effective use of $3,000 for us.
So keep in mind, we still need to, we can take some from number 1. I know they're our number 1, but we have to understand that. How much, what are we down to? Still $31,000?
34.
34,000. We have
We
34.
could start by taking them to even with the other 9 at 3,000 and just see what that does. I just don't know what $3,000 does for that agency.
Not when they got 15 last year.
I would argue that we could take both number 9s to 0 because we can't fund everyone, and the amount we could give them doesn't make the impact that same amount of money to our number 1 or number 2 or higher numbers. I mean, the amount of impact they would make with those same dollars.
My only concern with that divine revelations is, they're only asking for 8,000. So to give them 3,000 is almost half of what they're asking for. And I do feel like the $3,000 could go further in that particular agency than it could for a lot of the other agencies that we've talked about today.
Could also give us an issue with an appeal where if they're a number 9 ranked and we funded a third of their request versus a number 4 ranked who got considerably less of the percentage they asked for. So that's just, I'm not saying don't, I'm just saying just to keep that in mind also, that even though they haven't asked for much, if you're gonna, I don't know, it's hard. It's really hard.
So we're gonna take any more from 211 Big Bend, or we're just trying to keep them flat at what they are?
That's, what do you feel? Because everyone want to leave that at the flat.
I don't mind taking them to like 135 or 140.
To do what with? Just to reduce the bottom line?
To be able to give another agency something if somebody else is really passionate about that. I'm okay leaving them at level funding. I'm also okay with taking a little bit off if we really, if somebody else is really passionate about giving something to another agency.
Oh, you can't give it to anyone else. I mean, you still owe by 34,000, yes.
Well, that's what I mean, is leaving some of these agencies with funding as opposed to cutting their funding.
Okay.
So I would be okay with taking 211 down some, but not a lot, because they serve a lot of people and their cost per client is pretty low.
So if we took them down to 135, what is that? How much does that leave us at?
I think that's a pretty large percentage reduction every year that we're not making happen to anyone else at this point. I think we have to work from the bottom up to determine what we're trimming and then see if we still need to trim some from them. I think that's the only way to do it fairly, without opening ourselves up to criticism.
I mean, even if you look at that, number 2, and Habitat is number 2. They asked for 130, you only want to give them 40. That puts it,
But they also weren't funded last year, so.
Yeah.
I know they're not a new program, but they're a new program to this process right now, so.
Can we make them 40? Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
That's only 10,000 off your 34.
That's why I was suggesting we start from the bottom up.
Yeah.
Which I think means we're back to the number 9s because we didn't fund 13.
We didn't fund 13 and we didn't fund 11. Let's see, did we do anything with 11? Neither one of those? Nope, we did. That is from the bottom up. There's 0 there. So the next one will be what, 9?
So we're back to 9.
There's 2 9s.
I mean, I would argue that what we could give either one is not substantial enough. And I don't know how we can fund one with a low, even though they're requesting less, and it could be more impactful with that's never been funded, and then not fund one that has. But I just don't. I agree with Leanne. I don't think $5,000 of a 30-some-odd thousand. I can't see the number. Oh, sorry, of a $62,000 request. And I mean, we just continued to have findings with that organization over and over and over that I don't know that they've been addressed adequately to justify continuing to fund the program, and it serves a much smaller population overall.
So what are you
I'm recommending zeroing out both number 9s, and that gives us 8,000 toward our bottom line, and then we figure out where we have to tweak from 7 up.
Okay.
Everybody's okay with that?
Well, yeah. Want to fund everybody, so not really, but yes, based on what
we do want to fund everybody. Bottom line.
$16,000.
116.
So do we have an 8 or just 2 7s?
No, 8.
I mean, I would be fine with removing the 5,000 for Thunderdome since that was not previously funded through us. And that would allow us to maintain funding, level funding for the other number 7. And lessen the amount we have to remove from others.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Ladies, what else?
I would zero out Thunderdome. Yeah.
Anyone else?
I agree.
Make it 0. I know this is the toughest part ever. Okay, what's the next number is? Got the 9s. We had a 7, 6. We didn't have a 6.
Kept it level year over year. So I would keep that at 5.
Next, what's the next one up? 5, was it 5? We had a 5.
Legal services.
Yeah.
We kept them level. And then there's 2 3s. So I think we have to take from the bottom again.
That
the 2 on the bottom.
That would be 6, right? 5 and 6.
But that's with keeping full funding going to 211 Big Bend, right?
Yeah, unless you want to take them down some.
I mean, I don't want to, but it seems like, when, it would be keeping them even at 5,000.
I wouldn't change that one.
Right. Keeping some other people even, it only.
Do we run into an issue with an appeal that we leveled funded agencies that were ranked lower and we dropped funding on our number 1 agency?
I understand.
Not that I don't agree that we should, but I'm just saying does that open
look like we
process up to appeal?
Well, it appears that we work from the bottom up. So 7 is at level. 6 is what we're looking at now is level. Which
right,
I'm
but you're talking about keeping 6 and 7 level and dropping 1.
Yeah, I'm actually suggesting lowering number 7.
Okay.
We
take them down to
5 like we did the other. What do we have? See, because we did number 7 is 0.
And ladies, you also have number 2, which is all new money for the agency. So I want you to consider that. Just look at the whole picture because that's all new money.
That's all new money, yeah. But then number 2.
I agree, but I feel pretty strongly about at least securing the 4 lots for them.
I do too. At least give them the lots.
Do we have the budget numbers for Lutheran services? What would let me see if I can pull that one up and see what cutting that funding would. Is Is it worth it to cut it or just
Because we
zero it?
mentioned that the need for that, since the elementary schools were already given computers and all that, but look at what their essentials that would be.
I'm looking it up right now.
But the schools are not the only audience that they're.
No,
That's
we
actually
understand.
not their main. That's
It
not
is
their
not.
main audience.
Yeah, it isn't. It's usually probably the low income and elderly, maybe.
So they've
Getting
got
there,
a
getting there.
couple things listed. They're saying they're essential.
3,000 would cover licenses.
3,000 would cover licenses, and 2,000 would cover insurance, without which the program could not operate. So one of those
At
two.
least 2,000. Yeah.
Yeah, at least 2,000.
I would move them below 5 because our other number 7 got 5, right?
But it's a percentage of what they asked for.
Number 7, the other
Number 7 got 0.
They're a new program, though.
Sorry, they were a new. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking number 6. Then I mean, we were funding them level at 5.
Okay.
So I wouldn't. I mean, they ask for so little to begin with, and use it well, that if we keep reducing it, I mean, I think they're one group that uses their funds effectively, and for the amount that they ask for. So I know the ranking is important, but I mean, I don't know.
Go to Habitat. I know we want to do 4 lots. What would $30,000 get? I know they mentioned that. I think they had something in. Give me some other essentials for that. Let's see, Habitat.
Well, there was
They say that
65 for materials, 40 for things. 25 was compensation and benefits. Those were the 3 line items they listed. 25, 65, and 40.
I know they talked in their, kind of quote unquote presentation as well about just, that the land is growing harder and harder to come by, and other people are swooping in and scooping up some of the land as well. So considering, that'll only, I think, if they do 1 lot per or 1 house per lot, I don't know how that goes, but it doesn't seem like we're being able to help them even with much as it is, knowing that they said, the need, in the last year quadrupled. I can only imagine what COVID-19 is going to do to housing here in Tallahassee over the next year. So
I feel your passion. I feel your passion. It is true.
And one thing, I don't know if it has much bearing, they weren't considered for funding the last time around, but the previous time that they were funded at 49,000. That was 2017-18 or 2016-17. I forget the numbers, but and I believe, yes, it's 4 lots, but they do put more than 1 dwelling per lot.
right.
I don't remember how many. It probably depends on the lot, but I mean, I'm comfortable leaving them at 40 because I think that's one of their biggest expenses. And like you said, it's becoming harder to find land in good locations. And then we just have to figure out where to put, because I don't think of them as new funding. I think of them as just, they weren't considered in the previous round, but have been previously funded.
Guys, are you saying that in the award letter, you want me to say that they can only use the CHSP allocation for purchasing of land? I'm just, is that what you want me to put in their award letter?
Can we do that?
Well, you guys are speaking, I'm just hearing what you're saying. You're saying that the 40 grand is for land. So I'm just wanted to know if you wanted me to put that in the award letter. Just let me know.
I mean, I don't personally think I would restrict it. I think we're just looking at what impact can we make with that amount of money, and it covers that aspect of the budget they presented. I mean, I wouldn't restrict it. We could certainly say that we felt the number allowed them to do X, but that's just my personal opinion.
We still need to reduce by $11,116. Is that correct?
As much as I hate to, I just really think we need to reduce Lutheran services. I know it's not a lot of money, but we've got to cut some more money. And right now they're at the bottom of our list. And we could still provide them $2,000 or $3,000, which would accomplish either of those things on their list. But level funding, right now, our lowest ranked agency that we're giving money to just seems wrong.
Yes, it is. It does. What about 2,500?
I'm not comfortable cutting them by more than 50% in 1 year, though. Like, I mean, because 2,500.
Okay with that. I mean, I think we need to. I just don't think level funding them is appropriate given what we've done with other agencies.
I would personally be okay with taking it down to 5.
What about
where we are, or 4. I mean, but reducing them more than 50,000 or 50%.
Try 4. $7,116, ladies. Next lowest one is what?
Number 5.
We're number 6.
6 and 5.
6 and 5. We did level funding for its 5 and 6. Since you don't want to touch number 1, we got to take it from somewhere else. Recommendations, ladies.
I don't have a problem lowering number 1.
You're not touch number 1 just because they're number 1.
That's right. You shouldn't. That's not what I'm recommending. Because we may not be, if we're cutting everyone else, we have to be realistic that, that they probably won't be able to get everything that they received last year either. So let's think long and hard about that. Make a recommendation. We're at number 6, ladies.
For pro bono, they say, they list a few things as essential, but one of them is $2,400 for Network for Good, which is a donor management kind of interface. So if we were to take them down to 2,500, it could cover that.
How do we feel, ladies?
I would be okay with that, or maybe 3,000, and then trimming 1,500 from our number 5.
Can we do 3,000 for pro bono and then 15 for legal services?
Right, and that gets us what? 3,500 of what we still needed.
2,616.
Could we? Can you scroll back up to the top so we can see our 1 and 2, please?
We haven't looked at 3 and 4 yet.
Oh, okay.
The 2 3s, anyway. And they're both level funded. So could we take... It seems like we could trim a little bit off of those and even it out.
Yeah, I agree. Take 2,500 from one, or take 2,000 from one and 1,500 from another.
So maybe take 24-hour down 1,500.
Make it 3,550.
take 2116 off of that one.
Ladies, if this give you any one of you any heartburn, we need to actually discuss that. If all look at this again, make sure everybody is in agreement with this.
Can I make this a little smaller so you can see more? At one time, or?
I'm just curious, will the grant applicants have access to those totals that we've had where we say, you know, oh, we didn't give you anything, but we only had, you know, this much PTO this year?
Yeah, they'll have accessibility to the video and all of the information that we're producing, including the CHSP spreadsheet.
Gotcha.
Yes. I mean, you guys had a very tough job. Very tough job.
Oh, this should have been at least $400,000. Would have been nice.
I'm comfortable with where we've ended.
Yeah, as comfortable as we can be with what we had to start off with. So
Yeah, I agree.
we've tried our best to put it where it can do the most good.
Ms. Chooks, anybody? Ms. Chooks, you have anything else you want to add to that? Everybody's okay with this? With the numbers that we've ended up with?
Tough. I felt your pain. I really did. I felt your pain because I felt pain too. It's something that, you know, one day I'm just hoping that they will maybe put more money into human services. And it's interesting because if you look at the dialogue going on now with all of the issues going on in our society in America now, they're talking about how we need to boost up or support the basic needs and safety net services more. So this is, I knew this would, just so you, I want you to understand why you feel so much pain. So sometimes that can be helpful. Again, remind you that this is the first year that we're really totally feeling the impact of the removal of the United Way dollars. No fault of United Way or anyone else. I'm not saying that to fault anyone. It's just this is our reality this year. So we knew this would be one of the hardest years ever because the programs that did not necessarily get funded from United Way, now they're coming to CHSP for complete support at a time when they didn't necessarily have the opportunity to make up that that loss of funding because of COVID-19 as well. So that many of them had to lose many of their fundraising. And then also what's going on with a lot of these programs, some of these programs, they're diverting state or federal dollars from normally giving them funding for these ongoing programs so that they could address the COVID virus emergency response. So therefore, that's why this year is so incredibly hard for you. And it's going to be a challenge on most of the teams that we face are going to go through the same challenge, which is another one of the reasons why we only want to use veteran volunteers, because obviously this is not the time to train someone. You guys already have an extensive knowledge of the programs and services, and you've also been involved in the community for quite a long time. So you're very much more astute to what the needs are. And you're also you've had historical experiences in making tough decisions. So it is what it is. And I know, I feel your pain, and I know that you wanted to fund people probably for the most part at what they even requested, let alone what they got last year. So this was tough. This was really tough.
Wow,
So,
tough. Yeah, tough is not the word on that one.
no, we did not. We said tough before. Remember the days when we
Yes,
had to absorb like $300,000 cuts in CHSP,
I
but
think
we never had a year like this. So we got to give this another. You're right. We got to find another adjective to
yes, we do.
describe
Yes, we
our
do.
experience.
I think
Oh,
originally, yeah, I think originally the team did an excellent job because $34,000 was not. I mean, it could have been so much worse than that because we have seen where we were really over by probably $100,000. And I think as a team, ladies, we did an excellent job. And I know you, everybody had a passion. A lot of these I'm new to. I'm not familiar with some of the programs, but thank you for the ones who are. And we appreciate everything that everyone has done. And
mhm.
keep smiling and keep in contact and keep safe. And we got to keep continuing to be a part of this community and and be advocates for these agencies and their programs as well. With that,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Make sure that the and Madam Chair, if you don't mind, just the Leanne, Allison, Summer, how about a little debriefing? How do you feel, Leanne? And we'll start with you. How are you feeling? 'Cause sometimes that's good to just kind of get it out. See, my clinical background comes into play. But how do you feel?
Like I need like therapy or a shot of bourbon, one or the other.
Ooh, because I know how you are. I could imagine. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. I feel you, Leanne. You know that because I know you're so passionate about this community. Every one of you are. I've seen you in action for this last several years. So I know how passionate you are.
I remember when we, Great Recession, and those were the worst numbers ever. And oh my God, this is so much worse. So,
Yeah. Yeah. We've got recession plus the loss of that 1.9 million.
yep.
It's all it's compounded. How about you, Allison? How do you feel?
I mean, I certainly wish I could fund everyone at the level required. And I mean, it's never easy to have to decide who gets it over another, but I feel that we've done the greatest good with the dollars that we had in the way we allocated it. And, I'm confident that each of these organizations will use those funds well to really serve our community well. So as much as
Yeah.
I wish we could do more, we've done the best we could with what we had. And I know we all would love to fund everyone at 100% and do everything for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree that this team has done a good job of deliberating over the most important areas of these budgets and these programs, and feel confident that we've done the best we can do under the circumstances and have done a good job.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. How about you, Summer? How do you feel?
Yeah, I echo a lot of that as well. I think we did a good job coming together, and even in the deliberations, it felt like everyone was still being very respectful of everyone else. And I think we're all in this for similar reasons. We all want to be involved in our community, and this is a really great way in order to do so. And I look forward to future years and hopefully having a little more dollars to be able to to go towards some really awesome programs. And I think as good as I can about where we are with these numbers. My oh gosh, sorry. Last year I was on, or the last time I did it, I was on the elder care team. And my mom is kind of already slipping into dementia, and so that was I wept like for just the entire couple days that we did it. So this one at least I was able to, I think, be a little bit more removed, which I think is good. It's a good thing that I wasn't quite as emotionally invested. Not that these aren't things to be emotionally invested in, you know, they certainly are, but you know, just to have that, you know, little bit of removal, I think was better for me this year, being on a team to kind of look over this kind of category was really great. And I'm sorry we couldn't fund, especially some of the new people coming to us for money, but like I said, I do feel pretty good about where we ended up. My biggest thing was for the plots of land for habitat, so got that, so I'm good.
Ms. Chooks? Would you please tell us how you feel about the process?
Well, it's never an easy process. I hate seeing the zeros on there that we couldn't fund more just to the community, because I mean, all of the ones that did get zeros are certainly programs that we really do need. And I feel that there are a big need, but unfortunately, there isn't enough money to fund them all. So, no, not much to say.
Thanks to all of you. Where's Patricia? Where did she get off to? Hopefully we'll get an opportunity to do this again next year, and I'm sure we all will be serving on a different committee, hopefully, because
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'll have to do some emotionality.
yeah, hopefully we have an opportunity to let new people into the process so they can actually understand what this community is made of and what they're required. Yes, and that they have this. Sometimes you never know how well you have it until you actually get a chance to see what's going on in the community.
Right,
And I truly understand about, people in need. And the zeros does hurt. Yeah, it really does.
I'd just like to say again, I appreciate the staff with CHFP. I think you guys have done a remarkable job of adapting to current situation and making this process work as efficiently and effectively as it could, given the circumstances. And I know it's meant probably more work for you than you even normally have, and we appreciate the time that you put in and will put in to complete the process. So kudos to you, and thanks for keeping us a part of the process, even though it looked a little different this year.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. And we couldn't do except we were a team. Anita Morrell, Sala Herms, Virginia, and staff. So we basically did whatever it took to transition this process quickly to virtual. So I can tell you, we've had a lot of, I know I've had a lot of sleepless nights and nervousness because when you do something that fast and that quick, you always wonder, did you make a mistake, something? So you always, you always trying to do your best, but it's a little challenging when you only had a limited time to do so. So thank you guys a lot for your compliments, but most importantly, thank you for your willingness to participate under the circumstances that you're living in now as well. You're also having to deal with your own lives, your own work world, everything kind of turned upside down. And so we were very pleased. We got a great response from the veteran volunteers when we had to limit it and eliminate new people. So we didn't know even in that world would we get enough volunteers. So again, thank you so much and greatly appreciate all that you do. And it's one thing about when people serve in CHSP the first time, I've noticed that folks who had never even been on the South Side or never really been had direct contact with poverty, every person I've seen change. They change once they have that experience. So like you say, the more people that Gwen was saying, the more people from the community that can get involved and actually really seeing the needs in this community, then we can have more investment and commitment to addressing those needs in the community. And that's what I should hope for. And I always have to have positive hope. You can't go down even when right now, this challenges me personally because I work for these programs and the agencies are going to call me. And so believe me, I feel the emotionality, but I also know that you guys did the best you could with under the circumstances that were presented to you. So thank you so much. And with that, Madam Chairperson, I'm gonna let you wrap us up.
Warning message. So I don't know if it's about to cut the meeting off because I know we're about an hour and a half over. I don't know if it's about to cut everybody off, but I'm just letting y'all know.
Miss Gwen, if you could wrap us up and close us out.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your leadership, Gwen.
Thank you. And I want, as I said again, team, that we made a great team and we really appreciate everything that everyone, all the contributions you've made. Hopefully I facilitated well and thank you for being there for not just, just for the community, but just for the people of this world, and continue to pray for guidance of this nation. Take care. Be safe.
All right.
I love each other.
Thank you so much. Love you guys.
Everyone.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, Sally, you saved